Speakers have included Nick Vujicic and Mary Lou Retton. Proceeds fund the Judson Leadership Scholars Program, entrepreneurial and diversity scholarships, and higher educational opportunities for youth in foster care. Join Judson in their mission of inspiring change and educating and investing in tomorrow's leaders. To learn more or to donate, please visit judsonu.edu/WLF. That's judsonu.edu/WLF.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
It's Impeachment Day. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
This is about the president abusing his power.
Democratic Congressman Alcee Hastings at a long hearing that set up today's process that'll start in 3 hours.
For just the third time, the House of Representatives will vote on articles of impeachment against a U.S. president. It's expected Democratic votes alone will approve impeachment on 2 articles, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, both tied to allegations President Trump attempted to pressure Ukraine to open politically motivated investigations by withholding security aid.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern. Now, President Trump has been constantly calling this a hoax, a scam, and he wrote House Speaker Nancy Pelosi a 6-page letter.
Calling today's impeachment an illegal, partisan, and attempted coup, describing the articles as, quote, completely disingenuous, meritless, and baseless, telling her directly it's a terrible thing you are doing, but you will have to live with it, not I. Meanwhile, Pelosi writing to her fellow lawmakers ahead of today's vote, imploring them if we do not act, we will be derelict in our duty, concluding in America, no one is above the law.
That's Fox's Griff Jenkins. Nearly all Democrats are expected to vote to impeach without any Republican support. It would set up a trial in the Senate early next year. There was bipartisanship at the Capitol working on a spending bill to avert a government shutdown this week. It's a $1.4 trillion plan that would also include money for border security and increase the age to buy cigarettes and other tobacco products from 18 to 21. At the Senate, they approved a defense policy bill which would also set up the Space Force.
The way this is going to work is that this new Space Force is going to be housed within the Air Force, similar to how the Marine Corps resides within the Navy. And that's different from what President Trump had originally proposed. In fact, much of the personnel within the Air Force who currently work on space are simply going to be transferred to this new Space Force.
That's Fox's Kristen Fisher. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are mostly clear at the moment, 22 degrees at 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An Indiana Lakeshore flood advisory remains in effect until 3 this afternoon, with waves of 10 feet or higher and winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour hitting Porter County through the afternoon. The sale of recreational marijuana in Chicago could be delayed over to the summer. The City Council's Committee on Contract Oversight approved an ordinance that would push back sales to July 1st. Alderman Jason Irvin, who's chair of the city's Black Caucus, believes sales should be pushed back because there is not enough diversity among marijuana dispensary ownership in Chicago.
There are 11 dispensaries in the city of Chicago as of January 1st that will be selling recreational cannabis, with not one African American or Latino or anyone that's involved in this process.
The council could vote on the delay at today's meeting. If it passes, it would be a strong rebuke of the governor and the mayor who want to push forward and could cost Chicago $5 million or more in tax revenue. Former Cook County Assessor Joe Barrios is under federal investigation. Federal grand jury subpoena obtained by the Sun-Times is seeking documents related to the former lawmaker's 34th Ward Democrat organization, his Friends of Barrios campaign fund, and the Mexican-American Political Action Committee. The subpoena asks for information, among other things, about contributions to Barrios' retirement party and access to private planes and boats. Chicago Police Department is beefing up its detective ranks and spreading detectives around the city in hopes of catching up to the departments in other major cities that seem to solve a far higher percentage of homicide cases. The interim police superintendent, Charlie Beck, announcing that the number of detective divisions will increase from 3 to 5, a move that comes 7 years after the city closed 2 detective divisions to save money. 5:04 on AM 560. A man is in custody after an 11-year-old girl was sexually assaulted at a public library branch on Chicago's far south side. Police say the incident happened at the Chicago Public Library's Walker branch on South Hoyne on Monday. Child was left alone by her mother in a corner room. A man seated nearby entered and sexually assaulted the girl. The suspect ran but was later arrested. A group of Chicagoans called on lawmakers to impeach President Trump. A few hundred protesters filled Federal Plaza in Chicago last night to rally in support of impeaching the president. They were joined by small numbers of activists who held demonstrations in Naperville, Evanston, and a few other suburbs. Meantime, two House Democrats from the Chicago area will vote today to impeach the president. Progressive Lauren Underwood of Naperville and centrist Dan Lipinski of Western Springs both came out in support of the articles of impeachment. Lipinski has been very lukewarm on voting to impeach, saying he would prefer to see any evidence of any direct wrongdoing by the president. A suburban Chicago judge has given a woman convicted of first-degree murder in the 2007 shooting death of ex-Chicago Bear Sean Gale's pregnant girlfriend permission to proceed in her effort for a new trial or evidentiary hearing. Marty Yang's attorney maintains Yang didn't kill Ronnie Reuter and calls Tuesday's ruling a big step. However, State's Attorney Mike Nierheim says the ruling was simply perfunctory and expected and only means prosecutors will now have a chance to respond to any claim by Marty Yang. A reputed Chicago mobster who was convicted in the FBI's landmark Family Secrets case is facing a new federal charge. Michael Marcello has been indicted for stealing $44,000 in Social Security funds between September of 2017 and May of this year. Governor J.B. Pritzker says the state will continue to welcome refugees. Pritzker made that statement in a letter to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Letter comes after an executive order by the president requiring states and cities to give written consent before refugees can settle in the area. It doesn't settle the issue for the state, as individual counties and cities can opt out of resettlement. Well, that big sigh of relief you heard this morning was from fans of high school football in the state of Illinois, as members of the IHSA have dropped plans to use districts during the football season instead of conferences. The new format was supposed to begin in 2021, but schools rescinded that plan, 374 to 241. The results were announced late yesterday. Football teams would have been assigned to block districts. 7 of 9 games would have been block scheduled by the IHSA, not by the conference or the school. Bulls visit the Wizards tonight. Blackhawks host the Avalanche. The news is a service of InvisibleFence.com. Invisible Fence brand can protect pets from getting on counters, furniture, or in garbage cans. Act now and get a free micro shield when you purchase their exclusive Boundary Plus containment system. Learn more at InvisibleFence.com and InvisibleFence.com. 5:07, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager believes the impeachment process is a sham.
Part of me hopes that they go through with it. I think that the country is not supportive. People who hate Donald Trump support it because that's all that matters to them. But if Pence were president, it would be the same thing. It's not Trump, it's a Republican, especially one who defeated Hillary Clinton when he was not supposed to.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter 4343 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 4343. Enjoy!
Christmas is right around the corner, and it's time to be home for the holidays. Why not purchase a new lift chair recliner from Mars Medical for your spouse or favorite relative to rest in after your big Christmas dinner? Mars Medical in New Lenox has 7 models currently in stock to choose from, starting at just $629. Now through December 31st, Mars Medical is giving away a free hurricane for every new lift chair purchase. That's a $39.95 value. Mars Medical also has monthly rentals for lift chairs available if needed for your holiday visitors. Financing available on any purchases over $200 at Mars Medical through Care Credit. Remember, lift chairs make great Christmas gifts for your loved ones. So get to Mars Medical today and have your new lift chair in time for the holidays. Mars Medical on the north side of Route 30 between Cedar and Vine Road in New Lenox, or go online to marsmedicalsupply.com. Mars Medical, customer care that is out of this world.
Switch to the family plan that gives you more. Get unlimited data, talk, and text so the whole family can stay connected on their super reliable, super fast nationwide network. Boost Mobile, the switch that gives you more.
It's 5:10. Let's get an update on the early morning roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Have the winter emergency kits ready this morning with wind chills to the southwest. Some areas, single digits. That being said, major roads look pretty good right now. There's some road work wrapping up on the outbound Kennedy Expressway, Keeler to Foster, with 2 left lanes set to reopen there. We're not seeing significant delays right now at Kennedy. The Eisenhower looks good. There's some road work on I-55 southbound from US 6 to Bluff Road. That's set to clear out the left lane. Traffic moves well on the Ryan. There is some outbound work. Bird Circle and Taylor. I-57 has outbound work. Cal-Sag Channel to Tri-State in the left lane. Tollways look okay. You will have Hawks traffic on the west side tonight and concert traffic at Rosemont. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center and our meteorologist Andy Robb.
Mostly sunny for today, high 23. Clear tonight, low 18. Mostly cloudy Thursday, high 37. Thursday night, low 27. And for Friday, mostly cloudy, high 41. I'm Andy Robb on AM 560, The Answer.
18 at O'Hare, 23 Lakefront, 17 in Aurora this morning with a wind chill of 2 above. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Haul packages for a living? A gas-powered Mercedes-Benz Sprinter delivers. Transport people? A Sprinter van with 0% financing is a 5-star idea. If food delivery is your thing, then a gas Sprinter caters to you. And if you're a general contractor, the Sprinter with 0% financing nails it. With innovation, safety, and technology, Sprinter is built for you. And it's built for your bottom line with 0% financing. The Mercedes-Benz Sprinter, starting at just $33,790. And for a limited time with IRS Section 179, you could be eligible for up to a $25,000 tax deduction. Gas engine, 0% financing, and a possible tax deduction? Now that's a Sprinter that delivers. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
MSRP excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep fee. Options, model availability, and actual dealer price may vary. See dealer for details about costs and terms. Only valid on 2018 or 2019 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans excluding cab chassis. Qualified commercial customers only. Financing offer valid through January 2nd, 2020. Consult your tax advisor. For more information, limits may apply. Visit mbvans.com.
This is David Davenport of the Hoover Institution for Townhall.com. You may recall that when Mary gave birth to Jesus, there was no room at the inn. Sadly, we're still fighting today over whether there's room for Christ in the public square. Wisconsin legislators debate whether their tree is a Christmas tree or must now be a holiday tree. A student in California was told Joy to the World might be too religious for her piano assignment and to try Jingle Bells instead. A West Virginia mayor sought to rename a long-standing Christmas parade a Winter Parade. There's no constitutional reason to cleanse the public square of Christ and Christmas. The inn should be open to all faiths, but that includes Christianity also. It's ironic that some feel the need to exclude Christmas in the name of being more inclusive. And so even in the public square, have yourself a merry little Christmas. I'm David Davenport.
The Pepperdine Graduate School of Public Policy, America's unique graduate leadership degree, offered on its most beautiful campus. Learn more at publicpolicy.pepperdine.edu.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Mortgage Update with Dan Frio. Every Saturday morning at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Ding, 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 ding. There's no music today. Today's a historic day. Remember it, December 18th, 2019. Where were you when President Trump, the third president in our history, was impeached? Because that's going to be happening in a few hours. And despite everything that has happened, and we'll get to the 6-page the 6-page letter that President Trump sent to Pelosi. But last night there was a rally. Have you heard?
Yeah.
No one is above the law rally. Did you go?
I read a couple of tweets about it.
Oh, it was so much fun.
No one is above the law. No one is above the law.
And this represents an existential threat to this country. This is probably the biggest threat to our democracy, certainly in my lifetime.
It's crazy that we are going through this right now. Like, I can't imagine if Obama had done this, where we would be. Like, he would be in jail right now.
Obama did do things. Obama abrogated the Constitution. He said 22 times, I cannot use the pen and the phone and issue executive orders on DACA and whatever because that would be unconstitutional. And then he went and did that. That is an impeachable offense. Nobody said to impeach him.
No, because he was our first African-American president. So it was all, gloves off, don't you think? 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636, type in DA. Then a quick comment here in Chicago. So they had rallies at 20 different cities, and you can name them. You want to take a guess, Bruce?
Poughkeepsie,
Allentown. No, Chicago, New York, San Francisco.
Not Birmingham, Alabama.
No, they didn't have anything there. And here in Chicago, we had a lady from a group called Invisible Chicago. Are you? Because she's invisible. So
I can't see her.
She's invisible.
This is the eve of the House vote on impeaching President Trump. We're here, as are other activists, in more than 600 events around the country, every state in the country and Washington, D.C., to send the message that this president needs to be impeached and removed from office because he's broken the law and endangered national security.
Do you have a job? Do you have children? Do you have anything to do? Do you coach cheerleaders like Amy does? Because Amy's got too much work. She has a job. She coaches cheerleaders. She'd like to delegate some of her cheerleading coaching duties to this woman who doesn't have a life.
Well, MoveOn.org is the one behind all of these rallies last night. Obviously.
Do you remember MoveOn.org? The genesis of MoveOn.org?
Oh, tell me.
It was to move on from the Clinton impeachment era. So why don't we just move on from the Trump thing, which we are going to do because the Democrats want to get rid of this. They want to put it behind it. It's sinking in the polls. The American public is not.
What are the latest polls? I keep reading different things, but
there was a CNN poll. A CNN poll, not a Fox poll, not a Nazi poll, not a Breitbart poll, but a CNN poll that showed that it was down 5 points, and it's underwater now. There are fewer people in favor of impeachment than are against it for the first time. There's a USA Today poll that shows Trump beating head-to-head, one-on-one, each of the Democratic candidates now. So, and this is in the middle of impeachment. The impeachment's the best thing in the world for Donald Trump.
It's the impeachment.
It's time for the impeachment theater. It's time for the impeachment theater. Impeachment theater. Impeachment theater. With Shifty Shift.
Okay.
I love a circus.
Come and
right up, folks.
And it's not that bad enough that we've had to suffer. I mean, I've actually watched these hearings, the Judiciary hearing, the House Intelligence hearing.
Have you learned anything, Amy?
No, it's not bad enough that I had to do that. Guess what? Today, we have to do it again. There's going to be another 6 hours
I
of
thought
back.
It was 4 hours.
No, they changed it to 6 hours.
Well, because
some more of this. This is what happened yesterday when they were setting the rules.
The president's continuing course of conduct constitutes a clear and present danger to democracy in America. We cannot allow this misconduct to pass.
There will be a day of reckoning. The calendar and the clock will continue. But what you do here and how we have trashed the process in getting here will live on.
The president's continuing
Sorry,
course
excuse me. This was the fight.
Mr. Collins and the Republicans could have called any of the witnesses who appeared, any of the 17 sworn witnesses.
Any of yours? Any of the?
It's not yours or mine. These are American citizens.
These
are Department of State. These are National Security Council employees.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Let me just say,
Mr. Chairman,
we can't speak over one another because
I declare I want to talk right now. I feel this is like the debate over the 13th Amendment.
Each other. So just
let's have
caution
something
everybody,
big.
the witnesses and members of the committee, just to ask a question, let the answer, and
I'm Thaddeus Stevens, and I admit right now that the Negro is not a real person. I'll do that in order to get the 13th Amendment. Now, that's a debate. This is garbage.
Yeah, and it goes on and on. So 6 more hours today.
See,
and then,
I'd heard when it was 4 hours.
Yeah, well, they bumped
There was
it
a
up to 2 more.
congresswoman who said that allows each congressperson 33 seconds to talk about it.
Right, because that's
but
what
now
they do.
it's 6 hours,
Democrat,
so that's probably about
Republican,
40
Democrat,
seconds.
Republican, Democrat, Republican. 2 Democrats that are not going to be voting for impeachment that we know of. Jeff Van Drew, who actually is from New Jersey, Democrat. He's actually changing parties.
He's a tranny.
We mentioned him, and people, of course, like Kentucky Fried Chicken, Cohen, ripped on him, called him a traitor and a rat for opposing the Democrats' impeachment. And then we have another congressman, his freshman Democrat from Maine. He's going to vote on one article of impeachment concerning abuse of power, but not on the article concerning obstruction of justice.
Can I talk a little bit about Tucker Carlson? Because I envy him because he's got to make $10 million a year. And I like a lot of the stuff that he says, and he's very talented, but he's a clown, too. So yesterday, you played the clear and present danger soundbite. Okay. When you argue against somebody, you can't turn the argument into something that you want it to be. You actually have to argue against what they're saying. So when that guy said that yesterday, and he was the substitute for Nadler, right? It said it was a clear and present danger to the democracy. He wasn't talking about, as Tucker said, that we've got to protect Ukraine. It's a clear and present danger. He was talking about the fact that we cannot have the president of the United States withholding government funds in order to help ensure his reelection by launching an investigation of his chief opponent. That's the argument. Now, whether that's impeachable or not is another question. But Tucker, you can't go off with some straw man argument there. But that's what Tucker Carlson does. He does. He also did this.
No.
He also, I don't even know why he started talking about this. He shows these sound bites of Joe Scarborough and Mika talking about how they're upset about the separation of families that Trump has, and I don't even know where this came from.
Obama's the one who started that.
First of all,
and they're talking about kids in cages, and I always tell people at my church, President Obama started that.
But that's not even an issue today. Okay,
well, it's always an issue because there's always people here.
It's an evergreen
coming to this country.
It's an evergreen. So he keeps playing these sound bites, and he keeps laughing, and I'm wondering where's he going with this. And finally, it's all for a cheap shot at the end where he says, "And I'm sure Joe's third wife would agree that separation of families is bad." So it's just there for a cheap shot.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is a full-blown 4-alarm holiday emergency here.
On AM 560.
We're going to have the happiest Christmas since Bing Crosby tap danced with Danny Kaye.
The Answer.
Are you struggling with gift ideas this year? Give the gift of massage from Massage Therapy Center of Winnetka, the oldest and best-rated massage therapy center on the North Shore. Order instant gift cards online by visiting MassageWinnetka.com. Share and give the gift of therapeutic massage this holiday season from Massage Therapy Center of Winnetka, a proud supporter of Food for the Poor and AM 560. Founded in 1989 by owner and director John G. Lewis, Massage Therapy Center of Winnetka is open every day of the week, featuring 9 exceptional therapists on staff, known for the best sports massage, pain relief, relaxation, and stress reduction treatments. Struggling with gift ideas? Give the gift of massage and relaxation from Massage Therapy Center of Winnetka. Order instant gift cards online by visiting MassageWinnetka.com and check out their holiday specials. That's MassageWinnetka.com. MassageWinnetka.com. Or call 847-446-5700, 847-446-5700.
Oh, I have an exclusive offer for our listeners just in time for the holidays, and you still have time. If you buy one set of Giza cotton sheets from MyPillow, you will get the second set free. 2 for 1. I'm so mad. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to buy a set of Giza cotton sheets from my mom, and I'm going to keep the second set because there's nothing better than Giza cotton sheets on your skin when you're going to bed. I mean, on your pajamas. It keeps you cool, keeps you comfortable, and I'm honestly sleeping better now that I have my Giza cotton sheets. They're better than that Egyptian cotton that you can spend thousands of dollars on at a department store. Go to MyPillow.com, get 2 for the price of 1, plus free shipping. And if you add anything else to your order, like a mattress bed, a pet bed, a MyPillow, a Go Anywhere pillow, you'll get that shipped for free as well. Do not wait. Do it now. Right now, the Giza cotton sheets, again, 2 sets for the price of 1, plus free shipping. But here's what you have to do when you go to MyPillow.com when you're checking out. Click on the radio specials box and enter the promo code AMY, A-M-Y, or call 800-489-0201, and please tell them that Amy sent you.
If you have pain, listen up, Dennis Prager here. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You don't have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. So Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of its side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you can be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
312-642-5600. Our lines open all morning long as this is an historic day. And I'm a little sad that it's actually come to this, that it's this witch hunt is going to be finalized today in the House at least. But then
I don't think it's a witch hunt.
Oh,
I mean, I wouldn't impeach him. I mean, there's all kinds of impeachable behavior. I mentioned Obama's before, and I'll just be ecumenical right here and say that George Bush did it as well. George Bush, as the president of the United States, vowed to uphold the Constitution, and when he signed
W or HW? W.
The second one.
Yeah.
George Bush
W.
2.
It's called W.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot. And what he said...
I live in Texas. You got to get it right.
When he signed the McCain-Feingold campaign finance law, he said, well, I think this is unconstitutional. Well, you don't sign it if it's unconstitutional. Because you're supposed to uphold the Constitution. That's an impeachable offense.
Let's go to Jim, who joins us from Crown Point. Good morning, Jim.
Morning. You know, this makes about as much sense as debating if Batman and Superman had a fight, who would win. It's nothing. And you got Nadler in there. He looks like an air mattress that's slowly losing air.
Without Egyptian cotton. Yes. Well, he's Jewish.
Exactly.
All right.
Yes. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Got some text messages, too, but I don't know if I can reach over there and read them. But we'll be talking about this all morning. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll be going over the 6-page letter that President Trump wrote to Nancy Pelosi.
What time is the debate today? What time's the debate?
At 9 a.m., so 8 o'clock our time is when they're supposed to report for duty. And you know how they kept saying, we're not whipping anybody. We're not telling anybody how to vote. Right. Well, guess what Nancy Pelosi did last night?
She whipped.
Oh, yeah. She sent a letter to all Democrats saying, I expect you to be present and ready to go at 9 a.m. on the House floor. We need to get this done. So I'm sorry, is that whipping? Yeah, I think so.
Well, they got the votes already.
Well, I know, but come on. And in that group, no one is above the law. Marianne Ahern was out there last night with them at Federal Plaza. And they were upset because 2 congressmen had not committed as of 6 p.m. to impeach. And guess what the 2 holdouts were? I mean, they're going to vote to impeach, but they're the last ones in Illinois to admit where they stand on impeachment.
I don't know who.
Dan Lipinski and Laura Underwood.
What did she said yesterday? I saw Laura Underwood said she was going to do it. She's my Congress being.
Laura, what?
Laura Underwood.
Lauren Underwood is your congresswoman?
Yeah.
How is it? Don't you live near Wisconsin?
She's the congresswoman up there. They
How
gerrymandered
does that
the districts.
happen?
Yeah, they gerrymandered
Mike
the
Scott,
districts.
get in here.
How does that happen? There's this
all the
little thing
way-
called gerrymandering.
No, I know, because Sid Yates used to be my congressman.
Sure.
G9.
Because, listen,
Yeah.
because he had a home right on Lakeshore Drive. So they put in a little sliver so that area near Lakeshore Drive would be in his district. And then now we're in the 5th district.
You know how old I am? I'm sorry.
No, my grandpa worked for
I remember
Sid
a
Yates.
commercial, a political campaign commercial, where John Fitzgerald Kennedy says,
No way.
"Vote for Sidney Yates." I mean, that's,
Sid Yates.
Sid Yates was the Democratic congressman for like 400
Forever.
years.
I know. And then Jan Schakowsky took over.
Well, it was El Gaito's district that
his
finally...
district was crazy.
It's crazy. It extends from the city in a narrow 7 to 8 mile wide range all the way out to almost Kane County.
Well,
It's incredible.
doesn't Lauren Underwood technically
She's the
have to
fake
ask
nurse.
her mother
Right.
if
She can go out and
who
play?
she should vote
Right.
for? Because she lives in
somebody's
rules.
basement, right?
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, pot problems. Recreational sales of marijuana could be delayed by 6 months. An important vote today. And then later, a dramatic reading of the letter that President Trump sent to Nancy Pelosi. You had me at hello. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
There is a lakeshore flood advisory up, but it's for northwest Indiana, the way the wind is blowing right now, over 30 miles an hour, headed toward the Porter County shoreline. President Trump says House Democrats are declaring open war on American democracy. He said so in a letter to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy told reporters last night it's the weakest, thinnest, and fastest impeachment in American history.
Hamilton warned us of this day. Unfortunately, this day has come, where individuals purely for political reasons, with no facts, move forward with impeachment.
Top Democrat in the Rules Committee, Jim McGovern, says the vote, he believes, is bigger than the president.
And Mr. President, this is not about you. This is about all of us. What kind of behavior we're willing to tolerate from whoever sits in the Oval Office. And whether we live up to the ideal of a government of, by, and for the people.
Democrat presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard is still calling for censure of the president ahead of the full House vote on impeachment.
I'm thinking through how I will cast my vote. I think it's most important that we actually look at how we can bring our country together and make sure that our government is serving the needs of the American people.
Censure, of course, is a less severe punishment for the president than impeachment. A secret federal court is blasting the Federal Bureau of Investigation over its handling of wiretap applications for a former Trump campaign advisor. The FISA court says the FBI directly misled the court about facts behind the wiretapping of former Trump campaign advisor Carter Page. FISA is now ordering the Bureau to propose changes to how investigators will get permission for any future surveillance. This morning, the Eiffel Tower is closed and may not reopen anytime soon. It shut down in Paris as workers are 2 weeks into a strike against their president, mainly upset about a plan to raise the retirement age to 64. Fiat Chrysler and the company that owns the French car brand Peugeot have agreed to a $50 billion merger, creating the fourth biggest car company in the world. Chris Murphy is a senator who represents Connecticut, but he currently doesn't have a home in that state. Yesterday, he was forced to explain how he ended up in that situation.
We sold our house in Cheshire to try to get closer to family. We sold it a little bit faster than we thought, and so we're looking for a new place.
The Democrat does own a property in Washington, D.C., but has not lived in Connecticut for quite some time. You may recall the Congressional Research Service says the Constitution only stipulates senators only have to be an inhabitant of the district they represent at the time of the election. Sale of recreational marijuana in Chicago could be delayed over the summer. City Council's Committee on Contract Oversight and Equity approved an ordinance that would push back sales to July 1st. Alderman Jason Irvin is chair of the city's Black Caucus.
There are 11 dispensaries in the city of Chicago as of January 1st that will be selling recreational cannabis, with not one African-American or Latino or anyone that's involved in this process.
The council could vote on that delay later today at the monthly December meeting for the City Council. Trio Bears players are being invited to the Pro Bowl, including Khalil Mack and Eddie Jackson. Bulls take on the Wizards tonight, while the Blackhawks host the Avalanche. 5:34, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity sees a robust economy.
You can't contradict that these are the best numbers of our lives.
So it was Jim Cramer, and he said no matter what you think of the president, there's no denying we are living in the best labor market in more than a generation. Well, we already know that. We've never had a better employment situation in the country than we do now.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Famous conservative quotes, presented by Automated Systems.
Here's a Winston Churchill quote that rings truer than ever. There is nothing government can give you that it hasn't taken from you in the first place. That pretty much sums up the case for smaller government.
Manufacturing companies, I encourage you to call my friend Laz Kulchar from Automated Systems. Automated Systems is a software and systems integration company that specializes in companies that are required to meet FDA compliance requirements. Automated Systems will create a custom solution for your business that will make your production lines, facilities, and plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. From Fortune 500 to startup, ASI delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. For information, I encourage you to talk to Laz at Automated Systems. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit hireasi.com. That's 844 HIREASI, 844-HIRE-ASI, or online at hireasi.com.
Do your employees complain about your 401k program? Has it been more than 6 months since your 401k advisor provided a plan review? Well, the 401k experts at Clear Financial Strategies offer ways to make your plan better. Internal company surveys show significant increases in employee 401k satisfaction after the fiduciary advisors at Clear Financial Strategies enter the scene. Clear Financial Strategies uses a process to help streamline enrollment, education, investment selection, and more that will free up time for human resources and restore employee confidence in their 401k plan. Additionally, because Clear Financial Strategies does not accept commissions or other conflicts of interest, your employees tend to see better account results due to lower costs and greater efficiencies. Go to clearfinancialstrategies.com to learn more about the firm. Then call Alan Bronton direct at 815-788-6092 to schedule a free, no-obligation appointment. Again, that's 815-788-6092, clearfinancialstrategies.com.
A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press. Available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
537. AM 560 Traffic Center time with Jim Talamonte.
Inbound Kennedy at Ogden Avenue. There's a crash blocking the left lane. Traffic starting to back up before Chicago Avenue. So you're looking at least a 3 or 4 minute delay right now. The outbound Kennedy is okay. No delays to report on the Edens or the Eisenhower yet. The traffic's getting a little congested on the Ike approaching Des Plaines Avenue. Around Stevenson, traffic slow cast to 83 and Pulaski to Kedzie. 36 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. The ride a little tight approaching downtown. I-57 still good. Bishop Ford, a 3 or 4 minute delay from 111th at the merge. Tollway traffic is light right now. We have no problem to report on I-80 or northwest Indiana. There's roadwork in Kenosha, southbound 94 at Highway E. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Sunshine this morning will mix with clouds and a high of 23. It's 18 at O'Hare, 23 along the lakefront, 17 in Aurora, and a wind chill of 3 above. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy, with Bruce sitting in for Dan this week on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Retire Chicago. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 to Retire Chicago with John McNamara of McNamara Capital.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Rounding up the talent here. I'm yelling, Bruce! Like I yell, Peyton, Eli, get
I'm
in
acting
here.
like I own the place.
Well,
I'm a 3-day fill-in. And I'm walking and moseying and late and everything.
Doing not blogging, but you did read the letter that we'll get to at 6 o'clock. And we are going to have romantic music behind it when we read all 6 pages, right? Because, heck, why not? We have a 4-hour show. 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636. Type
Would
in
somebody
DA
just
and a
check
quick
in
comment.
the kitchen to make sure I put the coffee pot under the running coffee? Because I think I did.
You've made that mistake before? I've made that. No, I haven't made that mistake.
Because when I heard you yelling for me to get back in the studio.
You just left it? You pressed the button but didn't put the pot underneath.
I think I put it under.
Let's go to Craig in Mount Greenwood. Good morning, Craig. How are you?
I'm doing well, Amy. Good to talk to you, Bruce and Amy. And on this topic, there's a point that I wanted to make and everything regarding the, how the dumber rats, everybody knows how corrupt they are and all of that, but the majority of the blame kind of like goes on them, and the media is kind of like just protecting them. I don't believe that anymore. I've been leaning the way that the corrupt media is way beyond it. They're the ones that actually push all of this stuff. The big money and all the big power, like with Soros and all these different people that are super anti-American, want to tear this place apart. It's in the media. They actually push the dumber rats and everything. It's kind of like the other way around of it. That's why Obama could do no wrong. Even if he went against the media a little bit and everything like that. And remember that he went against the media, but he learned his. They didn't come against him because he was part of he was serving their needs and their desires.
All right, thanks, Craig.
A little difficult to parse this morning, Craig, but you've been good other days this week.
It's just
so
a lot
2
of
out of 3
energy
ain't
to
bad.
say, you're raising my blood pressure. I can't help it. So one of the reasons why I voted for Trump is because I was so upset at President Obama, and I'm a single issue type of lady. And my issue was I was at University of Chicago hospitals when they told people that they can no longer keep their doctors. And I have never seen more people that have been battling cancer for years, nurses who are with these patients had to say goodbye. I was like, why is everybody crying?
Yeah, but pre-existing conditions are covered now.
No, but you
15 million more people are on Medicaid. It's
But
all
I'm
about
just saying,
you, Amy.
Obama lied, and I thought, you know what? If Hillary wins, I could not see that pain again. That it was the worst, more raw emotions, and it was so strange. People don't realize that Obama lied about that, or do you think they realize?
So basically, people are single issue.
Yeah.
I mean, everything comes back to abortion.
You
really,
think so?
that is it's the whole thing. It all comes back to Roe versus Wade. Who's on the court? That's what it comes down to.
Candace from Mount Pleasant. Good morning, Candace.
Good morning, kids. I listened to you this morning, Bruce. I'm telling you, you're crazy. Okay.
Thank you, Candace.
This letter thing, why did he write a letter? I'm afraid to hear it, but I love my president. But, I'm like, why would you bother? It's almost like if somebody's breaking up with you.
Yeah, it's his last-ditch effort to save
himself.
himself.
And really, his communication to Stephanie Griff, he just said, no, we're not sending a letter.
Candace, can you talk into the phone, dear? What did you say about his communication
Candace is multitasking. She's actually flipping flapjacks while she does this. She doesn't have time to talk to us. Thank you for deigning
wait,
to
let
talk
her say
to
what
us.
she's going to say.
I would love for her to say it into
I
the
was saying,
phone.
Why didn't Stephanie Grissom say, no, you're not sending that? That's silly. I mean, what's the point? It's like a breakup. There's no point to it. And I'm afraid of what this letter says.
It's all right. It's fine. It's
not.
single
I mean,
spaced.
It's more of a laundry list of grievances, I think, than talking about policy. But he's accusing her and the Democrats of declaring open war on American democracy.
Yeah, it's just a long tweet.
Well, I do think that what would be a good movement if everybody had T-shirts that said I was impeached, because really what they're doing is they're impeaching us, the people who voted for him. They're saying that you people are nuts, and we hate you, you normals. And we should all wear T-shirts that say, I was impeached.
No, I mean,
So, Candace, are you? Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry. Are you going to watch? Are you going to watch today? Are you going to watch another 6 hours of the same pablum and the same people beating their chests?
I never watch any of it. I just get the little clips on Twitter. You know what I mean? But
right. Candace doesn't have time. She didn't even have
I
time to talk to us.
There was one
and she made the call.
There was one Democratic congressman who was watching the President's Cup for 2 hours during that 14-hour marathon that they had. It was ridiculous.
Which
So
is
they're
not
not
a
even
bad
watching.
idea.
No, that's not a bad idea.
Candace,
All right, thanks, Candace.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Drop off breakfast anytime you like. Yesterday, we a little bit of a bombshell, especially for people who own those marijuana dispensaries. Yeah. Okay, City Council Committee on Contract Oversight and Equity. You familiar with their work?
Of course.
But they voted.
I'm the council.
Yeah, they voted 10-9 to push back the sales that are set to start really in 2 weeks, January 1st. Ready? Because the Black Caucus are angry there aren't enough minority owners in the soon-to-be lucrative business.
Now,
Here's Alderman Beal.
I think the city most definitely should wait until July, until we can get a handle on, making sure that we have inclusion of people of color that have been so badly hurt by this industry and this product.
So don't book your winter weed vacation to Chicago just yet.
Wasn't Evanston, excuse me, going to use the taxes that it collects from the marijuana as reparations?
Yes, they are.
For blacks? So not only should minorities get the businesses, but we should use the money to pay, let's say, the criminals that Kim Foxx lets out of jail.
Yeah.
Give them money as well.
Well, it goes to a full vote today in the city council. I can't imagine. I mean, if they delay this, they say it could cost the state and Chicago $5 million or more in tax revenue that they were supposed to have between now and July.
Big deal. What's $5 million?
Oh,
It's
okay.
nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
It's nothing. Chance the Rapper gives $1 million to CPS. Where did that money go? What would this $5 million go toward? I mean, nobody knows. We just keep getting taxed and taxed and taxed, and we don't know where our money's going. I always think it's funny if somebody wins the lotto to track where their money would go with Illinois State and with the county and with their school board, and see what it actually helps.
You know that the people who win the lottery,
within
6 months are less happy than they were before they won the lottery.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. And wrapping up local politics.
Sure.
Are you familiar with Jeff Tobolsky? Cook County
vaguely.
Commissioner, also on the Forest Preserve board. Okay, this is a big guy, but he was in trouble because FBI agents raided his home as well as the village headquarters of McCook, where he's mayor, and that happened September 26th. He has not shown up at a board meeting, and it was the day of his birthday. And listen to Tony Preckwinkle, because everybody was there not to talk to Tony Preckwinkle. They were there to see where Tobolsky is, because he's a Cook County Commissioner.
His staff said that he had planned to provide lunch for the Board of Commissioners and asked that in his absence we celebrate his birthday.
Well, it was going to be like
Only
a sting.
in Chicago.
It's like one of those Super Bowl parties that the FBI has, and then they invite all these criminals, and they show up, and then they nail him. He wasn't going to show up at his own birthday.
He surprisingly returned to action Tuesday by attending, are you ready, a Forest Preserve District meeting. Well, those have got to be so exciting. Do you think they sit around there and decide who gets what cove? Like the picnic permits, who gets the best one?
The best tea times at George Dunn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but now he said he hasn't been showing up to Cook County board meetings because of his health. And he wouldn't discuss what his health issues were, and he wouldn't comment on the FBI raid.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Famous conservative quotes presented by Automated Systems.
Here's a Churchill quote to improve your outlook. A pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity. An optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty. Wise words to live by, indeed.
Manufacturing companies, I encourage you to call my friend Laz Kulchar from Automated Systems. Automated Systems is a software and systems integration company that specializes in companies that are required to meet FDA compliance requirements. Automated Systems will create a custom solution for your business that will make your production lines, facilities, and plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. From Fortune 500 to startup, ASI delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. For information, I encourage you to talk to Laz at Automated Systems. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit hireasi.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI, 844-HIRE-ASI, or online at hireasi.com. Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Larry Nora, founder and CEO of U-Store-It, a network of award-winning self-storage facilities in the Chicago area, and a customer of Signature Bank. We've developed over 70 storage centers throughout the city and suburbs, and our business continues to grow. We need a bank who understands the neighborhoods and communities where we are making investments. We found that in Signature Bank. They know this city and its neighborhoods because they are based right here in Chicago. Finding a local banking institution like Signature Bank has been critical to the success of U-Store-It, and we look forward to a long-term relationship.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is David Davenport of the Hoover Institution for Townhall.com. You may recall that when Mary gave birth to Jesus, there was no room at the inn. Sadly, we're still fighting today over whether there's room for Christ in the public square. Wisconsin legislators debate whether their tree is a Christmas tree or must now be a holiday tree. A student in California was told Joy to the World might be too religious for her piano assignment and to try Jingle Bells instead. A West Virginia mayor sought to rename a long-standing Christmas parade a Winter Parade. There's no constitutional reason to cleanse the public square of Christ and Christmas. The inn should be open to all faiths, but that includes Christianity also. It's ironic that some feel the need to exclude Christmas in the name of being more inclusive. And so, even in the public square, have yourself a merry little Christmas. I'm David Davenport.
The Pepperdine Graduate School of Public Policy, America's unique graduate leadership degree, offered on its most beautiful campus. Learn more at publicpolicy.pepperdine.edu.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. If you need windows, call the exterior experts.
Call Crumweedy.
Mark Olson and Greg Olson of Crumweedy. Well, they run a third-generation family business that's been doing Chicagoland exteriors now since 1953. And for them, it's all about trust, and they truly share your values. Why windows from Crumweedy? Now, Crumweedy windows are not offered anywhere else in Chicagoland. They are exclusive, and that's why they can offer a lifetime material and labor installation guarantee. A lifetime. That's a great investment for your home. Windows from Crumweedy are Energy Star rated, unlike most other windows. Also, the vinyl windows are 100% virgin vinyl. You're getting quality windows with a lifetime material and labor installation. Now, if your windows are needy,
call Crumweedy.
630-595-8020. The name is not easy to spell. Just remember this. WindowsAreNeedy.com. WindowsAreNeedy.com.
Let the season's festivities commence. Celebrate the holiday season at Trump International Hotel and Tower. Kick off your holiday magic with a ride up to Rebar in Terrace 16 inside the Gingerbread Express elevator. Create new family traditions with the flavors of the season and experience a new twist on classic cuisine. For Hanukkah, Christmas, or New Year, for brunch or dinner with elegant cocktails and appetizers. Terrace 16 is your holiday destination to enjoy magnificent views of the Chicago River and Chicago's famed architecture. Trump International Hotel and Tower hosts the perfect holiday getaway. Ring in the new year at Terrace 16. Indulge in an elegant 5-course dinner with wine pairings and exclusive cocktail hour, or blast into 2020 at Rebar's Supernova Party. Start the new year with a scrumptious brunch and bottomless beverage package. Celebrate your holidays at Trump Chicago. Call 312-588-8000, 312-588-8000, or Google Trump Hotel Chicago to make your reservations today. Cheers to the new year.
AM 560, The Answer.
Before we get to our dramatic reading, the letter that President Trump sent Nancy Pelosi, that'll be in the top of the hour. I want to talk to you about our Christmas party. 'Tis the season. Can you believe Salem is having a party on one of the darkest days of our history? Yeah. December 18th, 2019, the day President Trump is going to be impeached by the House. How dare they?
I mean, this is like dancing on the Titanic.
Exactly. We don't do that. But we do have a Christmas party today. Are you going to go?
No.
Why not?
Because
today, it's because we can have fun today. Today's a fun day.
I have fun with you 4 hours a day. I'm spent after that.
I got an email from Jeff Reisman saying, hey, team, tomorrow's our Christmas party. Feel free to wear a beautiful or ugly festive sweater. Also, we have plenty of food, refreshments, and appetizers. It all starts at 11:30.
Let's describe what Amy is wearing right now. She's wearing
I didn't
from
think
the
you'd-
Donna Karen collection.
Thank you.
A white knit sweater with sparkling
It's
bangles.
sparkly.
She's shimmying right now.
Well, it sparkles. It
Yes,
does, doesn't it?
It is sparkling. I
It
think you
looks-
won the contest already, although Justin has a wonderful sweater.
Justin's
that
is
says,
so
what does it say on
ugly.
it again, Justin?
Mine says, "Take me gnome tonight."
Take me gnome tonight.
Oh,
Yes.
take me home tonight. Yeah, that's really bad. But it just, reminds you of Office Space because some people are comparing Jeff Reisman to Mr. Lumberg.
Oh, and remember, next Friday is Hawaiian Shirt Day. So, if you want to, go ahead and wear a Hawaiian shirt and jeans.
I'm going to win the contest. I'm just letting you know.
It's
going to happen. And this is my favorite drop from Office Space.
Hello, Peter. What's happening? I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. So if you could be here around 9, that would be great. Okay? Oh, and I almost forgot.
Okay.
I'm also going to need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too, okay? We lost some people this week, and we need to sort of play catch-up. Thanks.
You've seen Office Space, haven't you? Please
Years
tell
ago.
me. Well, do you watch The Office where they actually have Christmas parties and have competitions for ugly sweater?
I've been here 18 years and have suffered through some weird thematic Christmases. A Honolulu Christmas, a Pulp Fiction Christmas, a Muslim Christmas, Moroccan Christmas, Morocco Christmas. I don't want it. Christmas is Christmas is Christmas is Christmas. I don't want no Kwanzaa wreath. I don't need a dreidel in my face. That's its own thing. And who's that black Santa for? I don't care. I know Santa ain't black. I could care less.
But the Pulp Fiction.
I want Christmas. Just give me plain baby Jesus lying in a manger Christmas.
But the Pulp Fiction one was great because I think they, instead of adrenaline shot, it was like an eggnog shot right to the heart.
to the heart.
Yeah, it was really good.
And Mike, why aren't you wearing a Christmas sweater? You of all people.
He's a newsman. He's got to remain objective.
Well, you're going to the party today, right?
I'm not,
Why?
because I have to go to the doctor today.
Oh. Now we're bringing it down to some serious stuff here. What's going on?
Although I was at the Yorktown Mall last
Just so
night.
happens.
Yeah, just so happens you made your appointment on Christmas Wednesday,
Yeah,
the company party.
I'm a real downer when it comes to Christmas parties. No, I did see the ultimate Christmas sweater last night.
Okay.
It's not an ugly Christmas sweater, but
Is it
I
as
think
good as mine? Look at this. I mean,
that's kind of flashy.
thank you.
It's
comfortable.
It's the Epstein didn't kill himself Christmas sweater. And I'm like, no, that's not a real thing. Yes, it was.
That's awesome.
It was on display.
So, like, you hang something from the tree, right?
Right.
It's like Epstein's head is one of the ornaments. just
Sure.
hanging there.
Gross. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, it's at 11:30, and also grab bag. You're going to go, right? Just go. But you have to bring a grab bag gift.
See there, I just
What? I had you a
and
grab
I'd love
bag.
to re-gift something if possible.
Yeah. You don't think people are doing that?
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually have to go to my grab bag gift and take out an ornament that my mom just gave me for Christmas because she asked me about it yesterday, how it looked on my tree.
Shame on you.
And I didn't.
Shame on you.
So I have to go in my grab bag gift, reopen it, and I'm just going to put $20 in there.
See, if I'd known about this, my son and his wife for
Yeah.
babysitting for their kids last week, they went down to the Cayman Islands and they brought us back
Oh,
a
nice.
rum cake.
Oh.
Now, we've eaten about a third of it. But if I
That'll
gave
get you
2/3 of a
hammered.
rum cake to as the grab bag gift, would that work?
Yeah, that'd be great. Real quickly, we want to tell you about our Food for the Poor. Our campaign is almost over. We're almost at the finish line, folks, and we need your help to help Colombian families who have escaped to Venezuela for food, for survival. Become a business benefactor. If you own a company, if you're starting your own company, here's what you do. A one-time donation of $2,500. It's tax deductible. The money goes to Food for the Poor, and we give you 40 one-minute commercials. Bruce, who do they call for a business benefactor?
I'll tell you who they call. They call Anjanette Netkowski directly at 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951. Or visit 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword food.
You can also give a gift of, we're asking for $300, which is just $25 a month for a year. And that will feed a Venezuelan family of 4 in Colombia. This takes just minutes. Operators are standing by. Call real quick. They'll take your credit card information. The number to call, 844-862-HOPE, 844-862-HOPE, or simply go to 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword food. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, President Trump defiant until the end, even on the eve of his impeachment. And Mitch McConnell rejects a call for all witnesses. We'll explain. But first, let's head right into that newsroom for news here at home and around the world. The one, the only. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Bruce, ex-Cook County Assessor Joe Barrios under federal investigation. It's a story in the Chicago Sun-Times this morning. Committee approves an ordinance that may delay legal pot sales in Chicago. Former high-ranking Chicago mobster indicted for stealing Social Security funds. 3 Bears players selected to the Pro Bowl. Bulls at the Wizards tonight. And sunshine in your forecast. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
The House is getting ready to impeach the president. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
The legacy of the 116th Congress will be defined by their hatred for President Trump.
Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, Jim McGovern, and the Democrats say the president violated his oath of office, asking Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden and son while initially withholding military aid.
It was wrong. It was wrong. And for me, I will leave here today with a clear conscience.
Now, President Trump wrote a 6-page letter to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying she's declaring war on democracy, calling this an attempted coup and a fake investigation. Pelosi called the letter ridiculous and really sick. Now, the process starts in 2 hours. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, watch for passionate debate on both sides as the Democratic-controlled House gets ready to vote on 2 articles of impeachment, abuse of power, and obstruction of Congress. The House Rules Committee approved procedures for today's impeachment proceedings in a party-line vote after a marathon day of hearings. There may be some defections in the Democratic Party, but an Associated Press tally shows House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has the votes to approve the charges. Republicans already working on how to conduct a trial in the Senate come January. Dave?
Rachel, tonight, President Trump will hold a campaign rally in Michigan. The Justice Department's Inspector General, who investigated the origins of the Russia investigation, will return to the Senate to testify again this morning after the FISA court that authorized surveillance of a former Trump campaign aide criticized the FBI for 17 significant errors that were discovered in the applications. And a judge wrote,
the frequency with which representations made by FBI personnel turned out to be unsupported or contradicted by information in their possession and with which they withheld information detrimental to their case calls into question whether information contained in other FBI applications is reliable.
That's Fox's Trace Gallagher. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are fair. 14 degrees this morning with a wind chill of 6 above. At 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. There is an Indiana lakeshore flood advisory that remains in effect until 3 p.m. this afternoon for Porter County. The sale of recreational marijuana in Chicago could be delayed to the summer. City Council's Committee on Contract Oversight approved an ordinance that would push back sales to July 1st. Alderman Jason Irvin chairs the city's Black Caucus.
There are 11 dispensaries in the city of Chicago as of January 1st that will be selling recreational cannabis, with not one African-American or Latino or anyone that's involved in this process.
The council could force a vote on that delay procedure at today's meeting. Former Cook County Assessor Joe Barrios under federal investigation. Federal grand jury subpoena obtained by the Sun-Times seeks documents related to Barrios' 31st Ward Democrat organization, his Friends of Barrios campaign fund, and the Mexican-American Political Action Committee. A group of Chicagoans called on lawmakers to impeach President Trump. A few hundred protesters went to Federal Plaza last night in a rally in support of impeaching the president. They were joined by small numbers of activists who held demonstrations in Naperville, Evanston, and a few other suburbs. A reputed high-ranking Chicago mobster who was convicted in the FBI's landmark family secrets case is facing a new federal charge. Michael Marcello has been indicted for stealing $44,000 in Social Security funds between September of 2017 and May of this year. Bulls take on the Wizards tonight. Blackhawks host the Avalanche. College basketball, Northwestern hosting number 18 Michigan State. The news, a service of Boost Mobile. Switch to the family plan that gives you more. Get unlimited data, talk, and text so the whole family can stay connected on their super reliable, super fast, nationwide network. Boost Mobile, the switch that gives you more. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is trying to figure out what the impeachment is all about.
It is an astonishing thing. Democrats shrink impeachment to 2-week articles. That's exactly. What happened to quid pro quo? What happened to bribery? Ooh. In other words, what is it? Abuse of power? Abuse of power is not a crime. Abuse of power is an opinion.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you struggling with gift ideas this year? Give the gift of massage from Massage Therapy Center of Winnetka, the oldest and best rated massage therapy center on the North Shore. Order instant gift cards online by visiting MassageWinnetka.com. Share and give the gift of therapeutic massage this holiday season from Massage Therapy Center of Winnetka, a proud supporter of Food for the Poor and AM 560. Founded in 1989 by owner and director John G. Lewis, Massage Therapy Center of Winnetka is open every day of the week, featuring 9 exceptional therapists on staff, known for the best sports massage, pain relief, relaxation, and stress reduction treatments. Struggling with gift ideas? Give the gift of massage and relaxation from Massage Therapy Center of Winnetka. Order instant gift cards online by visiting MassageWinnetka.com and check out their holiday specials. That's MassageWinnetka.com. MassageWinnetka.com. Or call 847-446-5700, 847-446-5700.
Give the gift that fits all appetites. A Let Us Entertain You gift card. You get a free $25 holiday bonus for every $100 in Let Us gift cards you buy. Now through December 30th. Visit LEYE.com today.
It is 6:07 in the AM 560 Traffic Center, and now the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Inbound Kennedy, traffic's heavy Austin to Foster, then it's jammed. Demon to Ogden with a crash in the right lane. It's 38 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. 26 from Montrose, 17 in the Express. Outbound 22 minutes to the airport. About Eisenhower, traffic slow Manheim to Des Plaines Avenue and Demon to the Circle. 34 minutes, 390 to downtown. Outbound 30. Now Stevenson delays start around Harlem. 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Inbound Ryan. It is jammed. 31st of Roosevelt with a wreck. 2 right lanes are blocked. 35 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, 16 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop 424. Tollway traffic's pretty light. And that's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Andy Robb.
Mostly sunny for today, high 23. Clear tonight, low 18. Mostly cloudy Thursday, high 37. Thursday night, low 27. And for Friday, mostly cloudy, high 41. I'm Andy Robb on AM 560, The Answer.
14 at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 6:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Find holiday gift ideas for you and the family at the leading indoor shooting range, Shoot Point Blank. Check out great savings on ammo, accessories, firearms, and more. Not sure what to get? Shoot Point Blank offers gift cards too. See shootpointblank.com for details.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
What song is this? I know they're saying impeach the president.
It's Impeach the President by the Honey Drippers. It's an instant request from Steve on 88.
Oh, Steve on 88.
They were dancing to this last night in the Federal Plaza.
Oh, right.
I think they were doing the electric slide.
Oh, yeah, because they had a protest last night in 20 different cities. And what are the name of the protester? I love it. The No One is Above the Law rally. Let's hit the highlights, shall we?
But the Democrats are above the rules of evidence.
Oh, why can't we play the next gen? It's so fresh.
And this represents an existential threat to this country. This is probably the biggest threat to our democracy, certainly in my lifetime.
It's crazy that we are going through this right now. Like, I can't imagine if Obama had done this, where we would be. He would be in jail right now.
He did do it. I know. 312-642-5600.
Nobody impeached him.
Is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Because yesterday was a busy day. Once again, they set the table yesterday, lawmakers did, for what the rules will be today. And this is what it's going to be today. Another 6 hours of our lives of hearing the same politicians beat the same drum and talk about why they're for or against impeachment. It's going to go Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. We all know where they're going to vote. Nancy Pelosi, who said, we're not whipping people. Oh, no, everyone, we're not whipping. Sent a letter last night to every Democrat saying, I expect you here on the House floor. Everyone needs to be present at 9 a.m. Eastern time. But before that, there was a letter written. I thought it was like a long tweet because I read all 6 pages of it. Did you read it, Bruce?
Some of it, teacher.
Yeah, well, President Trump, his last-ditch effort maybe to reach out to Nancy Pelosi, accusing Democrats of declaring open war on American democracy. And, basically it was, it's what you have to do for him to get something off his chest, which is more than a simple tweet would allow. So he wrote this 6-page letter. Wow. And we're going to read it.
We're not going to read the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, no.
No, it's too long.
Oh, no.
You know who
this
did
is a
read
4-hour
this
show.
whole thing?
Well, I read the whole thing. Who?
On the air.
Who?
Some guy named Hugh Hewitt.
Oh, Hugh Hewitt read it?
He read the
we're gonna
whole
do it
thing. And he characterized it as, it'll go down in history as the Article 2 of the Constitution arguing against Article 1. And Jonah Goldberg responded to that by saying it'll probably is a better illustration that Trump is patient zero of Trump derangement syndrome. This is a bunch of poppycock, which is, by the way, is trademarked by me.
Well, it's more of a laundry list of grievances than anything. But, he had to get this off his chest, and he did.
Much of it is irrelevant. A lot of it is inaccurate. But fine, let's go.
Cue the music. Dear Madam Speaker, I write to express my strongest and most powerful protest against the partisan impeachment crusade being pursued by the Democrats in the House of Representatives.
That is the best Trump impersonation I have heard.
You have cheapened the importance of the very ugly word impeachment, violating your oaths of office with their spiteful actions. Even worse than offending the founding fathers, you are offending Americans of faith by continually saying, I pray for the president, when you know this statement is not true unless it is meant in a negative sense. It is a terrible thing you are doing.
I don't understand.
But you will have to live with it.
What does
not
that mean?
I.
What does that mean? He knows that she's not really praying for him?
The president insisted again that he did nothing wrong with his totally innocent call with the president of Ukraine and accuses Democrats of developing, quote, a full-fledged case of what many in the media call Trump derangement syndrome. And sadly, you will never get over it.
Can I ask you a question, Amy?
No, I'm continuing my dramatic reading.
I know.
And here's another
and it's
part.
The best Trump
There are
impersonation
not many
I've ever
people,
heard.
right? There are not many people who could have taken the punishment inflicted during this period of time and yet done so much for the success of America and its citizens.
Yeah.
You apparently have so little respect for the American people that you expect them to believe that you are approaching this impeachment somberly, reservedly, and reluctantly. No intelligent person believes what you are saying. And in the end, Bruce, can you read the last few lines?
Was this page 6?
Yes, sir.
Do I get to read this in lieu of watching his rally today? Because you know it's going to be the same stuff.
It's tonight in Michigan, but go on.
100 years from now.
That's Reagan.
Oh, 100 years from now.
That's Nixon.
100 years from now, when people look back at this affair, I want them to understand it and learn from it so that it can never happen to another president again.
Sincerely yours, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America.
CC, United States Senate, United States House of Representatives.
President Trump, after he sent the letter, had a little, not a press conference, but he was sitting in the Oval Office and took questions.
And Mr. President, do you take any responsibility for the fact that you're about to be impeached?
No, I don't take any
responsibility.
Zero, to put it mildly. They took a perfect phone call that I had with the president of Ukraine. An absolutely perfect call. You know it. They all know it.
No, we don't.
Nothing was said wrong
We don't
with that
know
call.
that.
To impeach the president of the United States for that is a disgrace, and it's a mark in our country. And I'll tell you what, other presidents in the future, unless they do something about this, other presidents are going to have to live with this. And every time they do something that's a little bit unpopular, a little bit strong, even if they're 100% right, because I've done a great job. When you look at the kind of jobs we've created, when you look at the economy that we've created, when you look at rebuilding the military,
Objection,
taking care of the
irrelevant.
vets, you just take a look at what we've done
What
with
he's done for the
choice,
economy.
veterans' choice, with accountability in the vets.
Sure.
With what we've done
When
to
you look at all
protect
the
our
wives
Second
I've
Amendment
taken.
and so many other things,
Hey.
nobody's done as much as I've done in the first 3 years.
Better than Lincoln.
Thank you all very much.
Markets closed on a
Better
high note
than
yesterday.
Moses. Let me ask you this. Do you think the call was perfect?
You know what I think?
Do you think...
I think that, no, as with everything, they got their aid, and he didn't get his investigation.
No, I get it. But
it wasn't
was
perfect.
the call
No, he didn't
perfect?
stick the landing a perfect 10. It was
Well,
a
it's
little,
more-
it felt a little
He did do
dirty.
something. Yeah, it was dirty.
But you know
Okay.
what? But
Does
you know,
Dan
wait.
Proft believe it was a dirty call?
Yes.
At all? Okay, fine.
Well, it's not perfect, as he said. It
Yeah.
was not. But I have a hunch, and I'm a very intuitive person, that other presidents have done the same thing.
Oh, no question
if
about
not
it.
worse. That's
Absolutely.
learned
You don't have to have a
behavior from
hunch.
other leaders.
You don't have to have a hunch.
Nancy
It's been done.
Pelosi responded to the 6-page letter.
The reaction to the president's letter?
No reaction. It's ridiculous.
You have no reaction? Why not?
No, I mean, I haven't really fully read it. We've been working. I've seen the essence of it, though, and it's really sick.
So she called it ridiculous and then called it sick. 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636, type in DA. Then a quick question. Yesterday, Chuck Schumer got some bad news. Mitch McConnell is not going to reject his call for witnesses. So Schumer's banking on 4 Republicans to change their mind today.
By announcing that he doesn't want to have witnesses, he doesn't want to have documents, is not rising to the level that a senator should rise to. He's being a pure partisan. All we need is 4 Republicans to vote with us to produce these witnesses, to produce the documents, and I expect that some will.
And by Schumer announcing that he needs 4 witnesses, he's making more than a tacit admission that the House has not made the case for impeachment.
Right.
So-
And then Mitch McConnell saying what Mitch McConnell does, that it's a partisan process.
I'm not an impartial juror. This is a political process. There's not anything judicial about it. Impeachment is a political decision.
Yeah, and CNN,
He's
arguing.
honest.
Well, Mitch McConnell is supposed to swear an oath to impartial justice before the impeachment trial begins, and they're like, "How could that be impartial justice when he just said that it's partisan?"
It is partisan.
Yeah,
it's a
because it
political
is.
remedy. Impeachment is not a judicial remedy. It is a political remedy. That's what it is. And high crimes and misdemeanors is such a vague term. So this is, Trump is right to a certain extent. This may be setting a dangerous precedent. Although I think that, as we say in the law, Trump would be sui generis, which...
Sui generis. I think I ate that on top of my sushi last night.
And you're not feeling too good. I
Right,
think.
yeah.
But it's unique. he's kind of unique in the annals of American history. We've come to this point where we get impeachment is basically the equivalent of censure. We know that it's not going to go anywhere, and we've cheapened impeachment.
Yeah, we've made it ugly. All right, let's go to Levi, who joins us from Goose Island. Good morning, Levi.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I wanted to just say how ridiculous it is. Every once in a while, at my gym that I work at, they always are playing CNN, and when I get home, I watch Fox like a normal, decent human being. But when I'm watching CNN, like, these reporters are just so ridiculous. They're sitting there like it's just like a giant sporting event, or like a thunderbolt is about to come crashing down from the sky. Oh, we're standing by. We're gonna hear something any minute. And they've just been saying this for months, and nothing happens because there wasn't anything that was done wrong. If anything is happening, it's just more and more garbage.
Levi, you're breaking up, but I must say the reason they're playing CNN for you,
Thanks,
it
Levi.
makes you work harder on the exercise machine.
Oh, really?
Get your anger out.
Gets your blood boiling and gets your blood pressure up. Let's go to Tom. Hi, Tom. How are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for taking my call. It's somewhat repetitive, but it bears repeating. Our constitutional republic is a very delicate thing, and it really is kind of based on the honor system. And part of that system is to have an informed populace that can make informed decisions. I got a lot of friends and loved ones that are Trumpers, and I say to them what I'll say on the air is that you look at that letter yesterday, it's Exhibit 500,000 on the president not being fit for office. And I ask people, would you hire this man to work for your company? Would you hire him to work on your board of directors? And if this was a friend or a loved one or a child that put such missives out on Twitter, let alone the official stationery of the office of the president, how could you support that person?
Tom, here's what I would do.
You mean this line? More due process was afforded to those accused in the Salem witch trials? That was a great
Tom, would
line.
you hire Aroldis Chapman to lead the Chicago Cubs to the World Series?
Well, that's a good question. And in the abstract, if I were in charge of a baseball team, I would, but I would not have.
But you would. But even though Aroldis Chapman is a horrible human being who abused his wife. Now, Donald Trump gave us Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, and he has helped.
And a lot of deregulations for small businesses and big businesses.
And helped the economy. And he's our apprentice. And so he pops off. And if this is an impeachable offense, was Barack Obama, who swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States, guilty of an impeachable offense when after 22 times he said he would not issue an executive order because it's unconstitutional, he then abrogated the Constitution by issuing the executive orders. Is that an impeachable offense? Would you have impeached him for it?
Yes, on that I agree, and I sent you that Cato article that stated as much.
So you would have impeached Barack Obama. Okay, so this is reparations. Yes. We didn't impeach Obama. We're not impeaching Trump. We're now even.
Bruce. Chapman was competent at what he did. He threw a 100-mile-an-hour heater. He was hired to do that. He wasn't hired to be a good person, okay? The President of the United States is hired for his competence. He's incompetent. He's mentally not well, and it's incumbent upon the citizens and talk
as long
radio
as he gets
and
the job done.
He
got the job done. He got his Gorsuch and Kavanaugh.
Shut up.
Okay. Let's go to Frank, who joins us from beautiful Arlington Heights. Good morning, Frank.
Hey, good morning. Yes, next to beautiful Mount Prospect.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
We only aspire to be as good as Arlington Heights, but we're going to get there someday.
Well, Arlington Heights is becoming like Lincoln Park, and I like Mount Prospect better now. Actually.
Oh, I know. Your downtown area, you can't find a place to park. Bruce, have you been there? There's all these new bars and eateries.
I haven't been there since the 8th race at Arlington in 1978.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, but Frank, go on. What were you going to say?
I thought the letter was perfect. About the only thing that was missing was William Buckley's old idea that it might be better off if we actually just chose the members of Congress from the phone book. That's how pathetic this whole thing is. So
yes, he said the first 20 names, I guess, or something like that from the Boston telephone directory.
Yeah, exactly.
He said we'd be better off, but he didn't say it would be ideal.
Marty's been on the line for about 26 minutes and 55 seconds. Hello, Marty. How are you?
25 minutes and 30 seconds, but who's counting? Well, number one, I wanted to say, Amy, Nobody seems to want to go to your Christmas party. Let us all know where it is, and we'll go. Number 2, tell Mr. Talamonte if he's hitting the punch early. I don't know how you can have traffic stop on the Kennedy from Foster to Foster.
It's all around the world.
Caller,
It's a 360 degree. Marty, can I ask you a question?
Wait, go let Marty vent. Yes.
I mean, here's my question, Marty.
Well,
everybody was told by the boss here to wear a sweater today. So, Marty, I'm going to ask you over the phone right now, what are you wearing right now, Marty?
I have a sweater on.
Well, is it a Christmas sweater?
And no pants.
Yeah, pants, Big Bruce, come on.
All right.
I have a Christmas sweater on.
Oh, okay. Well, at the party's at
my
Bruce
last
Wolf's
comment
house.
is that last guy who said, did you hire Trump for this? No, I hired Trump to be the president of the United States and look out for the United States of America. And would I hire him for my company? Yes. If I needed somebody to knock heads around, I hired for a company, and I actually own a company.
Yeah, if you have a company, you want it to prosper, just like we want America and Americans to prosper.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
I see a big change in both my grandchildren. They're sleeping better, they're going to bed earlier, they're able to fall asleep better, and their grades are improving in school. For some reason, this generation of kids have not been raised on eating whatever was put on the table. They've been kind of catered to, and fruits and vegetables are not a big part of what they eat. So I see a big difference in both these boys. More kids should take this. It's no more expensive than a really good vitamin, to be honest with you.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 25% off of your first order. Plus, get a set of convenient travel bottles containing a free additional week supply of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Guys, do you struggle every Christmas banging your head against the wall, trying to figure out what to get your wife or your girlfriend? Well, save yourself a headache this year, and here's how. By giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, nudie sleepwear available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, Nudie's pajamas feel just like her own bare skin. And Amy is now playing. She's got a fan next to me, so it blows through my hair, and my hair just wafts in the breeze like Ivanka's did at the Republican convention. And doesn't that make me sexy? But not as sexy as I'd be wearing Nudie's pajamas. They feel just like her own bare skin, and the texture and touch of Nudie's is so seductive you'll both stay occupied well into the evening. She's going to love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you're going to love the way they look. Plus, listen to this. Every Pajamagram includes free gift packaging. That's like icing on the cake, because it means you don't have to wrap a thing. They're also backed by a 100% lifetime guarantee, so you risk nothing. And delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. So get her something special she'll really love, and take care of the hardest person to shop for on your holiday list today. Here's what you do. Simple. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com. And tell them Dan and Amy sent you.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855-1-HOUR. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
It starts with the action on the court, moves to the crowd, and is described by the broadcasters and transmitted to you. The energy, passion, and excitement will make you shout out loud. Let them hear you. It starts right here on the Husky Sports Network.
The Huskies battle the Chicago State Cougars this Thursday night at 7:05 in IU basketball, right here on AM 560. The Answer. AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, I know that song.
I know. Sad news, Hawkeye fans. Hayden Fry has passed away at the age of 90. And great guy.
Why did the good die young?
I know. He won 143 games for the Hawkeyes and guided Iowa to 14 bowl games, but more importantly, he grew up in Odessa, Texas. He was a quarterback in his high school and then, was an assistant coach, became a head coach, I think, North Texas, and then went on to Iowa. And he told me, because I interviewed him, I used to work in KGAN, and he told me that his first time ever in Iowa is when he interviewed for the Iowa Hawkeye football coaching job.
Oh, wow.
So he lived a charmed life, was a smooth-talking Texan who introduced Iowans into, Texas football. Because he'd recruit a lot from Texas. And he was such a nice guy.
I didn't really care that much about him, except to this extent. There are certain names that rolled off Keith Jackson's tongue, the late great sportscaster. One of them was Tishimanga Biakapatuka. The other was Lynn Dickey. The other was Doug Aflute. But also Hayden Fry. Yes, so he was in the pantheon of Keith Jackson.
And not only did he, cultivate great players and turn the boys into men, but he was really good at hiring assistant coaches. Barry Alvarez, who went on to coach at Wisconsin. Sure. Brett Bolomnia was one of his assistants who went on to coach.
How about the strength and conditioning coach?
But mostly important, Coach Ferentz, who's still at Iowa.
Yeah, Ferentz.
He was his. I say Ferentz, you say Ferentz. And I did an event with him.
Depends if you're from Ames or from Iowa City.
Just help me out. Is it Coach Ferentz or Ferentz?
I forgot.
And
it's not a Keith Jackson name, so I don't really care. It's not like Tishimanga Biakapatuka.
And it was great because a lot of the players got to say goodbye to him
Goodbye,
over the
Fry.
summer. Yeah, no, they had an event where all of his former players gathered and got to see him one last time. So rest in peace, Hayden Fry, and God bless you. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Exodus in Chicago. We'll explain. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
14 degrees, 6:30. Indiana Lakeshore Flood Advisory is up until 3 this afternoon for Porter County. The House of Representatives will vote on articles of impeachment today. President Trump accused of abuse of power and obstructing Congress. First, the House will debate on the 2 articles of impeachment for 6 hours and then vote separately on each article. Our Washington reporter Tracy Potts says after that, the timing is somewhat fluid.
There are procedures on both sides that could stop the clock and extend the 6 hours of debate. But for now, lawmakers are expecting to have a decision by the end of the day.
If the House approves the articles, lawmakers will immediately take up a resolution naming managers who will essentially try and serve as prosecutors of a sort in next month's Senate trial. The Federal Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court is blasting the Federal Bureau of Investigation and ordering the FBI to change the way agents request surveillance. The secret federal court saying the FBI completely misled it about facts behind wiretapping a former Trump campaign advisor. Fiat Chrysler and French car brand Peugeot have agreed to a $50 billion merger that creates the 4th largest car company in the world. FedEx shares dropping more than 6% yesterday after the shipping giant reported weaker second quarter earnings. The earnings report came a day after online retailer Amazon announced it won't let third-party sellers on its site use FedEx Ground for shipping ahead of Christmas. The sale of recreational marijuana in Chicago could be delayed to the summer. City Council's Committee on Contract Oversight approved an ordinance that would push back sales to July 1st. Alderman Jason Irvin, who chairs the city's Black Caucus, explains why.
There are 11 dispensaries in the city of Chicago as of January 1st that will be selling recreational cannabis, with not one African American or Latino or anyone that's involved in this process.
Meantime, the council could vote on that delay as soon as today's meeting. A Chicago college student has pleaded not guilty to a terrorism charge, accusing him of writing computer code to help Islamic State and terrorists across the country and around the world bypass programs designed to block the group's propaganda from social media. Thomas Osadzinski appeared in a brief arraignment Tuesday in a Chicago federal courtroom. He's charged with 1 count of material support for terrorism. A trio of Bears players being invited to play in the Pro Bowl, including Khalil Mack and safety Eddie Jackson. Bulls visit the Wizards later on tonight. Blackhawks host the Avalanche, and the news is a service of Staples. At Staples, your ink is always in stock and at low prices. Right now, get 25% back in rewards when you spend $75 on ink or $200 on toner. Offer ends 12/24/19. Restrictions apply. See store or staples.com/25 in rewards for details. Staples. 6:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity sees a robust economy.
You can't contradict that these are the best numbers of our lives.
So it was Jim Cramer, and he said no matter what you think of the president, there's no denying we are living in the best labor market in more than a generation. Well, we already know that. We've never had a better employment situation in the country than we do now.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
10, 15, 20, 30-year term, whole life, universal life, index universal life, variable universal life, long-term care. Are you confused yet? No need to be. For nearly 3 decades, Northern Resource Group has assisted families and businesses understand the maze of insurance and safe money choices. Then, after careful analysis of your needs, they shop and search every leading company to find the best products and services for your family or business. Whether it's tax advantage policies, living benefits, simple term insurance, or something else, Northern Resource Group excels in selection, underwriting, and service. Call Chicagoland-based Northern Resource Group to receive your free, valuable, all-life report. It's packed with educational and easy-to-understand information. Call toll-free 888-762-8020 or visit northernresourcegroup.com. Northern Resource Group, Chicagoland's insurance and safe money professionals. That's 888-762-8020 or online at northernresourcegroup.com. Again, that number, 888-762-8020.
A business needs to be built on a great foundation, one with the framework of integrity and tradition. Chapel Design Build delivers just that, providing design build and general contracting services using Butler Steel Building Systems. Their projects dot the landscape from O'Hare to DeKalb. You see their work in office and warehouse additions, recreational facilities, large-scale distribution centers, and manufacturing plants all over northern Illinois. Partnering with Butler Steel Buildings, Chapel Design Build has developed an extensive subcontractor base and valuable market knowledge to get your quality-built project completed on time and on budget, ensuring your project is a success for your business and one that you will be proud of for years to come. The goal is to build lasting relationships with their clients using buildings that last from Butler. Get started on your next building project built with Butler Steel. Visit chapeldb.com. That's Chapel D as in design, B as in build.com.
A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press. Available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
6:36 in our AM 560 traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
In Mundelein, southbound 45 is blocked at Allenson due to a crash. Bolingbrook, eastbound Remington is closed. Schmidt Road quadrangle due to a collision. Eden's inbound delays start at Foster. 21 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose. Kennedy, 41 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 28 from Montrose. 25 at the Express after a crash at Ogden. Outbound, looking at 25 minutes to the airport. On Eisenhower, 38 minutes, 390 to downtown. Outbound 31. Northbound I-55 is stuffed up. Weber 53 with crash in the right lane. And the Stevenson is 44 minutes, 355 to the drive. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, 20 minutes, side to the merge. Issue 428, I'm Jim Talamonte. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Sunshine will mix with clouds. A high of 23, clear and 17 overnight. And tomorrow, not as cold. We'll have clouds and sun and a high of 37. Currently, we have fair skies and 14 at O'Hare. It's 19 along the lakefront where our wind chill is 6 above. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next with Bruce Wolf sitting in for Dan this week on AM 560, The Answer.
Make sure to check out the Income Store live video stream of today's show right now at 560theanswer.com.
If
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
All right, we're taking a break from President Trump on the verge of being just the third president in U.S. history to be impeached. We're going to be talking about that all morning long. But right now, we're going to talk about, what's happening in Illinois. Do you know that the Census Bureau, that the census is going to be on April 1st, 2020, Bruce? Did you know that?
Every 10 years.
Are you going to be the responsible person and fill out the census form correctly and properly?
No, I don't want to be represented.
What do you... Oh.
I want to leave it to the champagne socialists, as I like to call them. Oh, I guess that's Dan who does that.
It's okay.
To determine,
you can say it.
What my life's course should be.
Well, experts worry about getting everyone counted because Illinois needs a good census count more than almost any other state, because I'm sure 2 or 3 congressional seats are going to be lost, I'm sure, when the census is done. With more on that, let's welcome back to the program our very good friend, and later she's going to sing with Bruce, Kristen McQuarrie from the Chicago Tribune. Hello, Kristen McQuarrie. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm warming up the vocal cords as we speak.
All right. You guys, did you two practice, by the way, you and Bruce get together and practice?
We've been practicing for years.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
We did not practice. I was warned that because he was guest hosting, I might have to sing a number.
Okay, well, we won't tell anyone, but no one turn this radio station off because you're going to want to hear this song.
Because when I'm on,
at the end,
it's karaoke all week. That's what I do.
All right, so tell us how important this census is for congressional seats in Illinois.
Well, I mean, it's important, and we've been writing about what we've called the Illinois Exodus for the last few years, trying to get public officials to act more urgently with what has been a shrinking population base in the state and the city. Chicago is the only major city across the country that is losing population year after year, and Illinois has the greatest net loss of residents for the 5th straight year. So the first round of census numbers will come out at the end of December, and that will tell us what happened the year prior. And that's what we've been writing about with Exodus, just how many people packed up a moving van. The big national census, April 1st, is the day whereby we won't necessarily get the numbers, but everyone should have replied by then. All the households would have received the information. So next year, we'll know more nationally where the shifts are happening, and then we will see the next process play out, which is redistricting, which is looking at all those congressional seats and General Assembly seats and even Chicago City Council wards.
And speaking of that, Kristen, and I have no rooting interest in this because I moved out of the city in 1958, but if you care about poor people, which the sanctimonious liberal hypocrites seem to, or at least try to virtue signal that they do within the city, you would think that they would draw a map of the wards that would give poor people, the dispossessed, a chance at proper representation. And yet it seems like they cover their own heinies first, and then the scraps go to the poor people. Am I correct about this?
You must have read a really wise
Yes,
column.
It was written. I have in my hand right now a column written by one Kristen McQuarrie
in the Chicago Tribune, which you can see.
Which
and you
says
can follow
exactly
her on
that.
Twitter at State House Chick.
So
I'm actually not State House Chick anymore.
What happened?
It's just McQuarrie Kristen now. It's a long story, but
okay.
It's at McQuarrie Kristen. Yes. So remap at the Chicago City Council level. One of the worst things you can do to disenfranchise communities that are already struggling is to carve them up. And that's what the council historically has done. Nobody actually wants to represent those really struggling areas of Englewood or places of high violence. So you have all these progressives talking about wanting to serve these populations and making that a top priority. Well, they should then make those wards compact and make it easier for them to get services and infrastructure needs. I interviewed one alderman for the 15th ward who's on the southwest side, and his ward is basically shaped like an X.
Really?
It is hard to represent an area like that. And it does not serve a neighborhood like Back of the Yards. They have 5 different aldermen representing 4 blocks.
Oh my gosh.
These areas deserve to have compact and contiguous representation, and they have not.
But the map making progress or process may be hindered because you don't have the old guys there. Dick Mell's gone; he retired. Alderman Joe Moore, Patrick O'Connor; those two were beat in their bids for re-election. So who's going to be in charge? Who's going to be the leader?
So, well, that's a very good question. How much the mayor inserts herself into this process will be interesting. Ron sort of tried to stay out of it. During the last remap, he was just coming into office when they were arguing over the map, and they needed an extension even because they couldn't agree on a map. So we'll see how much Mayor Lori Lightfoot inserts herself into the process. But it'll be the Finance and Budget Committees, and we know the Finance Committee is now headed by Scott Waguespack, so he is a more, I think, fair-minded and open to change type of alderman than Burke certainly was. And so maybe this time around we will see a fairer map for the South and West sides. But that's what I was calling out in the column, is just the hypocrisy of the progressives on the council, who they will still on those North side wards want to protect their own territory and, like Bruce said, their heinies, their jobs. We'll see.
Yeah, but also, I mean, just how does this work practically? I mean, if resources wind up being allocated to these bad areas because there's a fairer map, that means it's got to come from somewhere, and it's going to be from the richer areas. Are they going to want to fork it over? Are they going to want to put their money where their pieties are?
It's more of a bureaucratic problem when you have 5 or 6 aldermen representing an area like back of the yards. They each have what's called menu money, each alderman, and if you don't have sort of agreement on how that money should be spent, if you represent one side of the street but not the other, and you're trying to get better street lighting or a street repair project, it's just harder to deliver resources to these areas when you have multiple aldermen. So it's not necessarily going to be a squeeze like a balloon where the north side has to give to the south side. It's more just that they should be compact and contiguous wards.
Okay. All right.
Are you guys ready?
Oh,
Kristen?
yeah. Right. Because I had
ready?
I mentioned the word somewhere.
You mentioned the word somewhere, and that's the song
Yes.
that she wants to sing somewhere from West Side Story.
Yes.
Kristen,
are we going to sing together?
Sure.
You're a big Broadway fan, right, Bruce?
Who isn't?
What song has he not liked, Kristen?
Do you know
Any
that
song
singing
he's-
Broadway tunes, they've just shown, there's a study, can help stave off Alzheimer's?
And dementia?
Yeah.
Did you know that, Kristen? Did you care?
I didn't. I'm not sure it's working with Bruce, but...
Oh, God.
All right, so here's
the
the deal.
unkindest cut of all.
Are you a soprano or a second soprano, and what is your vocal training? We'd like to know before we start singing.
I have zero vocal training, so
Good.
You weren't in show choir or church choir or anything?
I was not. No,
That's
I
great.
did some children's plays when I was younger, but
Okay.
this is my favorite song of all the Broadway musicals that I've seen.
Okay.
Well,
This is my
it's
favorite.
pretty high. You know that, right? I mean, your vocal
No,
range
I
has
don't
to be.
know that. Are we singing a cappella here, or what?
No,
we're
we've
singing
got,
with a pella.
It's
Go
kind
ahead,
of,
yes.
karaoke on AM radio. Nothing's better. All right, you ready, Kristen?
Yeah, I mean, I only know like the first verse, but let's go for
Just
it.
hum a few.
Okay, here we go.
If you didn't have Alzheimer's, maybe you'd know the words, Kristen. All right, go ahead.
All right, good luck to both of you. It's Bruce starts because it's the male. No, the man starts.
I don't
first.
know. Okay.
Oh boy, here we go.
There's a place for us. Who's this other guy singing with me right now? A place for us. Peace and quiet and open air. Wait for us somewhere. Go. I'd have us go a cappella. Shut up the music. Keep going.
That's all I got.
Do it again.
Well,
It was
where's the rest
beautiful.
of the song?
Did you hear her?
What, you know
She
what?
sounded beautiful.
I did. I see what you're saying. Shut up.
Now you need to do it in a Spanish accent. You gotta,
That's true.
you gotta roll your R's a little bit.
I don't think I can pull off the actual character, but it is a lovely song.
Say
yes.
So go. No, try it.
You should
oh
take
no,
voice lessons.
Anita. Oh no, it isn't true. Not for me. Go ahead, try that.
I have to work on my R's. Why don't you? What is your Christmas? Give us a preview of your Christmas song this year.
We are going to be doing the drummer boy. Oh, I thought we told everybody we're doing the drummer boy. Okay, now we're not doing the drummer boy.
But we used to do, my favorite is Baby It's Cold Outside. You want to hear a little ditty from that, Kristen?
Yes, okay. I remember. Didn't you do that previously?
Why doesn't Kristen sing it with you? I'd like to hear the two women sing to each other.
Correct?
Yes. We went old school. We went real.
Okay.
A little pitchy here.
I really can't stay.
Baby, it's cold outside.
I've got to go away.
Baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
hoping that you drop in.
Very nice.
I'll hold your hands, they're just like
My
ice.
father will start.
That's enough.
No, it gets better.
What's your hurry?
My father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to that fireplace roar.
So really, I better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't hurry.
Well, maybe just a half a drink more.
I'll put some records on while I pour.
The neighbors might think.
But baby, it's bad out there.
Hey, what's in that drink?
No cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew how.
Your eyes are like starlight now.
Break the spell.
I'll take your hat. Your hair looks swell.
I ought to say no, sir.
Mind if I move in closer?
At least I'm gonna say that I tried.
What's the sense of hurting my pride?
I really can't stay.
Baby, don't hold out. Baby, it's cold outside.
It's still.
I'm snapping my fingers. This is great.
Kristen, in my head, when I'm singing that, I sound like Michael Bublé, accent aigu over the E. But then you hear it, and it's like, okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for putting up with it.
Yes, Kristen, lovely voice. Happy holidays, and thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. And you're on Twitter now at McQueary Kristen, correct?
That's correct.
And you can.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And you can read her column. Exodus in Chicago, new census numbers will jumpstart remap hypocrisy at the Tribune. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer
Hallelujah! Holy
on AM 560.
Where's the Tylenol?
The Answer.
The Lou Dobbs Financial Report is brought to you by Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs.
I'm Lou Dobbs. U.S. industrial production rose in November. Ford to add jobs in Detroit and invest $1.5 billion. Those stories next.
Guys, waking up over and over to urinate is not okay. But now you can reduce those nighttime bathroom trips with the ingredients in Super Beta Prostate P3 Advanced. We're talking about less urges to urinate at night, less bathroom trips during the day, and better bladder emptying. It's like taking 3 prostate supplements in one. You can try a full 30-day bottle of P3 Advanced, free. Just pay shipping and handling. No strings attached, no obligations, and no commitments to buy. This is a 30-day supply, absolutely free. Call 1-800-424-7680. Super Beta Prostate is the best-selling brand in major retailers like Walmart. But for this no strings attached free bottle, you must call now. Call 1-800-424-7680. Don't miss out on this unprecedented free offer. 1-800-424-7680. 1-800-424-7680.
Industrial production snapped back last month, posting the biggest gain in more than 2 years, boosted by the end of the General Motors strike. The Federal Reserve reports industrial production, that includes output at factories, mines, and utilities, rose 1.1% in November. That reversed a 0.9% decline in October. Ford Motor Company adding 3,000 jobs at 2 of its factories in the Detroit area, investing $1.5 billion to build new pickup trucks, SUVs, and electric and autonomous vehicles. Hiring begins next year. Attorneys, opera singers, and Eiffel Tower workers are among those who walked off their jobs in France, and union activists cut electricity to nearly 100,000 homes and offices, all part of a national strike. They're protesting an overhaul of the collapsing pension system in France. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 o'clock and 10 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
It's a real-world reality. Gunshots. Sometimes the results are tragic. Now, there's gunshot detection technology and active shooter countermeasure technology available right now. And it was developed for the U.S. government.
Hey, this is Mike Walsh. My company is Walsh Wireless. We are the Chicagoland dealer for gunshot detection technology. This gunshot detection system is nothing short of amazing, and it is highly effective. Who uses it? Government, healthcare, education, houses of worship, entertainment, and a lot more. There are no false positives, and that's good. The system can identify the caliber of the gun, so law enforcement can be prepared. This gunshot detection system can also work with your current security system to do a lockdown, instant notification, and more. Identify the gunshot and cut down response time. You need this. Gunshot detection technology from Walsh Wireless. Cost-effective solution to counter a real-world reality.
Financing available. Go to walshwireless.com. A proud IBEW contractor. walshwireless.com.
Balance of nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
I see a big change in both my grandchildren. They're sleeping better, they're going to bed earlier, they're able to fall asleep better, and their grades are improving in school. For some reason, this generation of kids have not been raised on eating whatever was put on the table. They've been kind of catered to, and fruits and vegetables are not a big part of what they eat. So I see a big difference in both these boys. More kids should take this. It's no more expensive than a really good vitamin, to be honest with you.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 25% off of your first order. Plus, get a set of convenient travel bottles containing a free additional week's supply of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
Folks, when shopping for a home mortgage, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, founder of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
My name is Melissa, and I bought my first home with Townstone Financial. It was a lot of personal attention. I felt like I was very comfortable. All of my questions were answered. It was a very personal, and Barry is very down to earth. He breaks it all down for the layperson who is not, usually a lender or knows anything about it. And really actually cared about me and how I understood the process. I felt that I could trust Barry and Townstone right away.
Remember, nobody values your home mortgage business more than Townstone. I guarantee it, and I own the company. So call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2110. That's 312-896-2110. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is licensed in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida. NMLS 136639. www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org. Equal housing lender.
Hey, if you're missing teeth or even a single tooth, then dental implants are a fantastic way to regain your confidence, your smile, and your dental health. Hey, Sean Hannity here. So what are you waiting for? Find out now if implants are for you. Successful implants don't come from an implant factory. Skill, treatment, installation, those are the main differences for successful lifelong implants. That's why you need to see Dr. Neruzzi at Fox River Periodontics. Dr. Neruzzi is the recommended choice of dentists that don't do implants themselves. You need the experience, the skill, and honesty that over 25 years of dental implants brings, and you're going to be happy with your implant. It's not a mass production procedure because everyone is different. And Dr. Neruzzi wants to talk to you about dental implants today.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants.
Call Fox River Periodontics at 630-232-7400. They're online at implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Well, 'tis the season for the birth of Jesus Christ. Well, I like my Jesus, baby Jesus. How do you like your Jesus?
I consider you to be anti-Semitic, and you're a white supremacist because you should not be talking about Christmas in our secular society anymore. I feel
you find
triggered.
It offensive?
This is a macro-aggression.
Well,
and I'd like some macaroni and cheese right now.
Kellyanne Conway, she was at the briefing room yesterday, and somebody sneezed, and, well, here's what she did.
Ought to just allow this to unravel. God bless you. Unravel, as we say God in our briefing room. God bless you. And
no,
you can't say God.
But you can say God bless you.
No, you can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I just say Gesundheit?
God!
Well, that's God, and that's a German God, so that's the Hitler God.
Well,
okay.
So what am I supposed to say in this politically correct
politically
world
times,
I live in? We all
well,
live in
just
now.
to add to that, Neil Gorsuch,
Yeah.
of Supreme Court fame, was on Fox and Friends.
Oh yeah,
and
with
he,
Ainsley Earhardt.
He kept the narrative going that there's a war on Christmas, and apparently the left doesn't like to say that there's a war on Christmas, even though there is one, because you can't have Starbucks doesn't say Merry Christmas on its cups. It's got the green cups, but it doesn't say Merry Christmas. You can't say Merry Christmas
Well, look what Dunkin'
anymore.
Donuts do. They have pink.
You know, and it's
a
happy
neutral
holidays.
color. Yes.
What I did find funny, and I know this is a little tangential, but Gorsuch also said that apparently 10% of college graduates,
yeah,
believe that Judith Sheindlin is a Supreme Court justice. Do you know who Judith Sheindlin is?
They think she's a Supreme Court
You know who
justice?
she is? Judge Judy.
Oh, that's right.
They think that she's a Supreme Court
I never knew her last name. But they think that Judge Judy's a Supreme Court justice?
Court justice.
I made my
Yeah.
kids memorize them. I'm like, look at their faces. Who's on what side?
Can you name them right now?
Oh, yeah.
There's Dasher and Dancer
Dancer
and
and
Frankfurter and Vixen.
Oh, and don't forget Rudolph. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, President Trump.
That was the drunk
a
Supreme
few
Court
hours
justice,
away
right?
from becoming just the third president in U.S. history to be impeached. What is next? But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
A Sun-Times investigation shows ex-Cook County Assessor Joe Barrios is under federal investigation. 3 Bears players have been selected for the Pro Bowl, and the Bulls are at the Wizards tonight. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
He would be just the third president impeached in history. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Thousands rallied in New York's Times Square and in other cities nationwide supporting House Democrats and today's impeachment.
It's been sad because along the way they've trashed the rules in the House, they've trashed decorum, they've trashed everything because they had one purpose and one purpose only, to undo the election of 2016.
That's Congressman Doug Collins. He and other GOP lawmakers united in support of the president, who just tweeted it's a terrible thing and he did nothing wrong. The day after the president wrote a letter to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying she is doing a terrible thing and calling it an attempted coup. Now, the debate that sets up today's vote starts in an hour. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling the president's letter sick as Democrats move forward with the articles of impeachment, claiming the president abused the power of his office for political gain. Congressman Jim McGovern asking,
was it appropriate for him to ask another country to investigate an American citizen?
Another article accuses the president of obstructing Congress. Expect about 6 hours of passionate debate before a final vote later today. A handful of Democrats may defect, but an Associated Press tally shows Speaker Pelosi has the votes to approve the charges, setting up a Senate trial in early January. Dave?
Now, Rachel, the two parties did come together, agreeing to work out a spending bill to avert a government shutdown this week. It's a $1.4 trillion plan. It includes money for border security, gun violence research, and it would also increase the age to buy cigarettes and other tobacco products from 18 to 21. Now, amid all the worry about vaping and dozens of deadly lung injuries, comes a new survey out today from the National Institute on Drug Abuse showing 1 in 5 high school students in the U.S. didn't just vape in the past year. They used liquids filled with THC, the chemical in marijuana that gets you high. And using e-cigarettes with THC is getting more popular than those with nicotine. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are fair. We have 12 degrees, 2 below zero with the wind chill at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Indiana Lakeshore Flood Advisory remains in effect until 3 this afternoon with the winds gusting over 30 miles an hour, pushing waves to 10 feet or more along the Porter County shoreline. The sale of recreational marijuana in Chicago could be delayed to the summer. The City Council's Committee on Contract Oversight approved an ordinance that would push sales back to July 1st. Alderman Jason Irvin chairs the city's Black Caucus.
There are 11 dispensaries in the city of Chicago as of January 1st that will be selling recreational cannabis, with not one African-American or Latino or anyone that's involved in this process.
If the measure passes, it could cost the city of Chicago $5 million or more in tax revenue. Former Cook County Assessor Joe Barrios is under federal investigation. A federal grand jury subpoena obtained by the Sun-Times seeks documents related to Barrios' 31st Ward Democrat organization is Friends of Barrios Campaign Fund and Mexican-American Political Action Committee. Chicago Police Department is beefing up its detective ranks and spreading detectives across the city in hopes of catching up with other departments nationwide that solve a far higher percentage of homicide cases. Interim Police Superintendent Charlie Beck announcing that the number of detective divisions will increase from 3 to 5. Now, that move comes 7 years after the city shut down 2 detective divisions to save money. A Rockford man who aimed a laser pointer at a law enforcement helicopter has been sentenced to 15 months in federal prison. Brenton Wells admitted he did point that laser at the helicopter for fully 2 minutes while in his backyard 1 year ago. His attorney still claims he did not intend any harm. Bulls take on the Wizards. Blackhawks host the Avalanche tonight. The news, a service of Sylvania Automotive. It's headlight savings time. The perfect time to replace your older, dimmer, basic headlight bulbs with whiter, brighter Sylvania bulbs. Visit headlightsavingstime.com to find the right bulbs for you. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey, how would you like to have your mortgage or rent paid for an entire year? Would that qualify as a Christmas miracle?
It's a Christmas miracle.
Yeah, you betcha. So it could happen if you enter to win our Christmas Mortgage Miracle Contest, presented by AM Woodland Outdoor Design from now through December 20th. But you can only win if you enter. And to do that, go to 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword miracle. That's 560theanswer.com, keyword miracle, to enter for a chance to have your mortgage or rent paid for all of 2020.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Transferring paper files to digital used to be complicated and expensive. Data and document capture had many IT layers involved. It was expensive, time-consuming, and labor-intensive. Not anymore, thanks to the Alaris Infuse Smart Connected Scanning Solution from Kodak Alaris and IDT. The Alaris Infuse solution makes data and document capture easy, and it's powered by Capsys Capture Online. Within a matter of minutes, you'll be able to accurately and reliably onboard content with instant notification of data issues, making the entire capture process smarter and more efficient. IDT can show you how to onboard content and make point-of-origin capture simple with the Alaris Infuse solution.
Relieve the burden of managing and maintaining business systems with IDT, helping your business keep pace with the evolution of information production and management. Set up a consultation today. Visit ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Or call 877-SCAN-IDT. IDT, putting paper in its place.
Staples Print and Marketing Services makes connecting with clients and loved ones easy with hundreds of holiday templates you can customize. And right now, get 20% off select custom cards and invitations. Ends 12/28/19. Limit 1. Visit staples.com/holiday cards or store for details. Staples.
7:07 AM 560 Traffic Center time and Jim Telemonti.
Veterans Memorial Tollway northbound 355. Traffic is jammed 22nd Street to North Avenue with a reported crash. Mount Eden's 25 minutes. Lake Cook Junction outbound 24th. Kennedy 36 minutes. O'Hare to downtown 21 from Montrose, 19 of the Express. Outbound 31 minutes to the airport. About Eisenhower. Now 50 minutes, 390 to downtown, 30 from Mannheim, outbound 36 minutes to 390. Northbound I-55 has delays from 126 to 53 with a wreck in the right lane, and the Stevenson is 48 minutes, 355 to the drive. The Ryan 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 22 minutes, ID to the merge, Bishop 424. That's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. In our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, sunshine will mix with clouds today and a high of 23. Clear and 17 overnight. Currently 12. Next news coming up at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella, Sunday mornings starting at 8.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Ding, 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 ding.
December 18th, 2019, and in just a few hours, the third president in U.S. history will be impeached by the House. Yes, the Democrats said they're not going to be whipping, but Nancy Pelosi sent a letter to everyone last night saying attendance is required. Be on the House floor at 9 a.m. And it was a very dramatic day yesterday. President Trump sending this, I don't know, I call it a 6-page tweet to Nancy Pelosi where, he aired his grievances. It got off rocker a few times when this line, more due process was afforded to those accused in the Salem witch trials.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay. Well, President Trump, sticking by his story.
I'm not watching. I've not seen it. Look, it's a hoax. The whole impeachment thing is a hoax. We look forward to getting onto the Senate. No, I don't take any. Zero, to put it mildly. They took a perfect phone call that I had with the president of Ukraine. An absolutely perfect call. You know it. They all know it.
No, we don't know it. Here's the thing. Everybody, there's people who defend Trump who say he shouldn't be impeached.
Like
the likes
me.
of Andy McCarthy.
Dan Proft,
Yeah,
yes.
right. But that doesn't mean it was a perfect phone call because, Trump who has helped us clarify and discover that there really is fake news out there is himself an exemplar of fake news. But okay, that's fine.
Well,
yeah, he did do something wrong there. He just shouldn't be removed from office over it, and justice will prevail because Mitch McConnell realizes this is a partisan exercise, and the nation is not behind impeachment. It's going down in the polls. It's actually lost traction over the last month when it should have been gaining traction, to the point where you now have Chuck Schumer asking for witnesses. If you need witnesses now in the Senate, that means that's more than a tacit admission that you didn't have enough witnesses in order to get the impeachment, which the House is going to pass today.
Senator Schumer begging for 4 Republicans to come on over because he wants his witness list, dream list, fulfilled.
By announcing that he doesn't want to have witnesses, he doesn't want to have documents, is not rising to the level that a senator should rise to. He's being a pure partisan. All we need is 4 Republicans to vote with us to produce these witnesses, to produce the documents, and I expect that some will. I
don't think that some will. Do you, Bruce?
No.
4 Republicans are not going to go over across, party lines to get John Bolton and Mick Mulvaney to come and testify.
They had their chance.
And they blew it, and that's what happens. With more on this, let's welcome back to the program the one and only Hans von Spaus. Oh, see, I practice it. I practice it
He's an expert on, among other things.
Yeah, senior legal fellow for the Heritage Foundation, former FEC commissioner, and former lawyer for the Department of Justice. He has a column out. Trump impeachment by House Democrats means a trial in Senate. How would that work?
And if you wanted to talk about voter fraud, which we don't today, he's the man to talk to about it.
All right. Well, we welcome him to the program. Good morning, Hans. How are you?
Amy, I'm doing great. Bruce, nice to talk to you, too.
Yeah, so today we're going to have to sit through another 6 hours of hearing the same politicians rattle on about impeachment. It's going to go Democrats, then a Republican, then a Democrat, then a Republican. Why can't they just get to the vote? I mean, enough is enough already, don't you think?
Well, except they've been hurrying this thing along from the very beginning. Frankly, I think Bruce got it exactly right when he said, look, the American people clearly don't support this. They don't believe that the president committed misconduct serious enough to remove him from office. And the Democrats continuing to go forward in the light of that. I mean, Nancy Pelosi reminds me of George Pickett, the general who led the charge at Gettysburg that was doomed to failure, and they just seemed intent on going forward with Pickett's charge, no matter the actual facts and circumstances here.
Now, Hans, yesterday I got a whiff of Judge Napolitano on Fox, and I don't know if I heard him correctly. I'm just trying to understand the procedure here once it gets to the Senate.
Sure.
Because you have Justice Roberts, who is presiding over this, but of course he is not the ultimate arbiter. This isn't analogous to an actual courtroom, because the senators themselves are the actual final judges of everything, and so they're not exactly like jurors. But so you present a case, and I think Napolitano said at one point there could be a motion to dismiss, and Roberts could grant that motion. Is that actually in a possibility, or no?
Well, it's not that he could grant the motion, but the motion could be put to a vote of the Senate. The way this works is, you're right, the Chief Justice presides over it, but all of the decisions on, for example, a motion to dismiss without having a trial, that would have to be based on a vote by the senators. And by the way, what we don't know yet is whether they will allow live witnesses or not. During the Clinton impeachment, there were no live witnesses. There were simply excerpts provided from videotaped depositions of witnesses. And by the way, the president does not have to be there for the trial. Bill Clinton was not there for his trial. It was simply his lawyers there presenting and defending his case.
Was Andrew Jackson there for his trial?
Andrew Johnson.
Yes, was Andrew Jackson.
Johnson.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No
was
problem.
Andrew Johnson there for his trial?
That's a good question, and I'm not sure if he was there for that. But I have to tell you, I actually think what's going on here does resemble the Andrew Johnson impeachment. Historians looking at it today all pretty much agree that the reason he was impeached was because the radical Republicans, as they were called in the Senate at that time, hated him personally and hated his policies. They didn't really have any misconduct that justified impeachment, but they didn't like him so much that's why they impeached him. And I think that's a lot of what's going on here.
Is there a possibility that after the opening statements by both sides, Senator McConnell could call for a vote to end it right then and there? Can that be done?
That actually happened during the Bill Clinton impeachment. A motion again was made to dismiss the case without having a trial. They held a vote, and that lost, and they proceeded with the trial.
Do you need a simple majority in order to pass that, to dismiss the case?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
that would be a majority.
Okay. So theoretically, you could get that done if the Republicans hold the line on this.
Yeah, they very much could. The other big question here is, how long will this take? The Bill Clinton trial took a month, although there were recesses by the Senate. It wasn't every single day. The estimates for a lot of people here are that this could be done even if they go forward with a trial, it could be finished in a week.
Wow.
So, it's funny, and I respect Charles C.W. Cook of National Review very much, very intelligent guy, and he took Senator Durbin to task because Durbin is saying, why isn't Trump coming up with people to exonerate himself? And, of course, Cook's saying that in our system of justice, you don't need the defendant doesn't need to exonerate himself. It's up to the other side to prove their case. However, my question is, it seems like there are a lot of people, Charles Cook included, and other people, including me, who actually believe Trump did something wrong here. So there is no need for a finding of fact. With fact witnesses, we already believe that he did do something wrong. You follow me? So nobody's following the legal procedure here. neither Durbin nor us or anybody else. We're just kind of making it up as we go along.
Because they're
right
making
about
it up as they go along.
Well, yeah. Am I wrong about this, Hans?
Well, I think what I would be critical about is I actually think Andy McCarthy is correct when he says that the president did not do anything wrong in that phone call. Just two things on that. One, it was a perfectly legitimate inquiry for the president to inquire into corruption in Ukraine, particularly since we're giving them hundreds of millions of dollars. And second, to ask about the former vice president. Why? He doesn't get immunity because he's a presidential candidate now. He has admitted that when he was the vice president, he, in essence, misused the powers of his office to stop a corruption investigation in Ukraine that was investigating the company that was employing his son. And that is something that we all ought to want to look into. Did he misuse the powers of the vice president's office to protect the enrichment that was going on of his family and his son? I don't know why
and I'll
people
stipulate
think that wasn't a legitimate inquiry.
Hans, I'll stipulate to that. The problem is it just may be a pretext, and that the real reason, the smell test. I'm trying to look at the evidence in a light most favorable to impeachment to see if it would survive a motion for summary judgment right now. So the question really is, and Andy McCarthy, I don't think has said that this is a perfect phone call. He said, he has said there were things wrong. Well, no, Trump has, and a lot of his supporters on Capitol Hill have said this. So the problem is that you've got this Trump saying he looks like, it smells like, if it walks like a duck, it's like he's putting the squeeze on Zelensky here and withholding the funds, however short a time he did it, in order to attack his chief rival. And so there is something wrong there. Whether that rises to the level of impeachment is a whole other question. Would you disagree with that assessment?
I guess what I would disagree with is the fact that presidents have, since George Washington, been the chief handlers of our foreign policy. There's almost no limit on what they can do. All you have to do is look at the way Obama, for example, violated our sanctions against Iran and shipped them hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, and no one said that.
No, and Obama did a lot of things wrong. And I'll stipulate, of course, my old saying is 2 wrongs don't make a reverend right. I copyrighted that, by the way.
Oh,
yeah, no, I get it. Obama, and it's, whataboutism, and I like whataboutism as an argument. Obama got away with it. Why shouldn't Trump get away with it? But the problem is that, if we just look at it by itself, you don't put the squeeze on, use American funds to put the squeeze on somebody against your main political opponent and corrupt the elections that way. Again, whether that rises to the level of impeachment is another question, and I don't think it does. But can we agree to that this doesn't pass the smell test when Trump calls it a perfect phone call?
Well, I guess what I would say about that is you're saying there's something wrong with that. What you're saying is that you're critical of how you have a difference of opinion, as do Democrats, and are critical of how he handled his foreign policy. I don't necessarily think that means there's something wrong with it. It's just that people have a different view of how the foreign policy with Ukraine
that's not what I'm saying.
Handled.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Let's move on.
But good argument, Hans.
Please, Hans, I know that Rudy Giuliani is still in Ukraine digging up dirt on the Bidens, and please tell me that he's going to be nowhere near the Senate trial. Honestly, I had a nightmare about it the other day that he just showed up, and it was, he needs to go away, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't think he'll be there. There's been some indication that, remember, the president has to pick who the lawyers are who will defend him in the case. There's apparently been a story out that the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, will actually be the guy defending him. The last impeachment trial, by the way, in the Senate was in 2010 when they removed a federal judge. The lawyer hired by the judge to defend him then was Professor Jonathan Turley, who was one of the witnesses in the hearing.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Hans,
for
joining us.
Appreciate it very much.
All of your analysis and insight. And he is Senior Legal Fellow for the Heritage Foundation, former FEC Commissioner, and former lawyer for the Department of Justice. Check out his column at Fox News. Trump impeachment by House Democrats means a trial in the Senate. How would that work? Thanks, Hans, for joining us. Appreciate it. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Find holiday gift ideas for you and the family at the leading indoor shooting range, Shoot Point Blank. Check out great savings on ammo, accessories, firearms, and more. Not sure what to get? Shoot Point Blank offers gift cards too. See shootpointblank.com for details.
At Staples, your ink is always in stock and at low prices. Right now, get 25% back in rewards when you spend $75 on ink or $200 on toner. Offer ends 12/24/19. Restrictions apply. See store or staples.com/25 in rewards for details. Staples.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855-1-HOUR. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
Oh, it's officially the Christmas season. We're, 1 week away? Oh, my gosh, Christmas is in a week. And do you know what that means? You'll be eating very unhealthy for the rest of 2019. We all know that you aren't getting enough fruits and veggies in your diet at all of those holiday parties and family gatherings you'll be attending. And fruitcake doesn't count. So stay healthy this Christmas season and start the new year on the right foot. Do what I started doing, and that's take Balance of Nature. With just 6 capsules of Balance of Nature, you're getting 10 servings of 31 fruits and veggies. And you hear the stories right here all the time on the station about how people's lives have changed by taking Balance of Nature. And guess what? The next story could be yours, but you've got to order Balance of Nature today. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you the best pricing, free shipping, and an additional 25% off your order. This will be a limited time offer, so do not wait. Call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago or go to balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
Haul packages for a living? A gas-powered Mercedes-Benz Sprinter delivers. Transport people? A Sprinter van with 0% financing is a 5-star idea. If food delivery is your thing, then a gas Sprinter caters to you. And if you're a general contractor, the Sprinter with 0% financing nails it. With innovation, safety, and technology, Sprinter is built for you. And it's built for your bottom line with 0% financing. The Mercedes-Benz Sprinter, starting at just $33,790. And for a limited time with IRS Section 179, you could be eligible for up to a $25,000 tax deduction. Gas engine, 0% financing, and a possible tax deduction? Now that's a Sprinter that delivers. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
MSRP excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep fee. Options, model availability, and actual dealer price may vary. See dealer for details about costs and terms. Only valid on 2018 or 2019 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans excluding cab chassis. Qualified commercial customers only. Financing offer valid through January 2nd, 2020. Consult your tax advisor. For more information, limits may apply. Visit mbvans.com.
Are you looking for the perfect gift? I hope you'll check out Roland's Jewelers in downtown Libertyville. I love these guys. Mike Gallagher here at Roland's. Not only do they care about making America great again, they also care about making your holiday moments memorable. You know, buying jewelry is about trust. Roland's is the go-to place. You're going to see why when you visit RolandsJewelers.com or head to downtown Libertyville to work with them in person. It's no hassle. They'll show you pieces from the top designers, Simon G. with beautiful pendants. The Hearts on Fire diamond earrings are a great choice. Italian designer Roberto Coin's collection is gorgeous. Ken over at Roland's is offering up to $500 for AM 560 The Answer listeners. Not just for jewelry, but luxury timepieces, like the watch I wear from Roland's, Shinola, or Longines, or Tag Heuer. Your choice. Roland's Jewelers makes your gift giving easy. RolandsJewelers.com. Let them help you in-store in downtown Libertyville. Roland's Jewelers is a family-owned jeweler you can trust.
AM 560, The Answer.
We just cut off Frank McCoy there because it's hot in here.
Can I make a suggestion? I hate to talk about things in the studio, technical workshop here. Pardon me, Eddie Schwartz. Why don't you take your lovely Christmas sweater off
because
and put
I
a T-shirt on?
Oh, I see what you did there.
No, seriously. Because it is rather warm in here.
It's 80 degrees. It has been for the last 2 weeks. It's a slow kill.
We're
That's what they
trying to
are.
remind people of the trip that Dan and Amy are going to be taking in March.
Oh, that's right. I don't have the information, but we're going to Watuco March 21st, 28th through April 4th. Do you have the sheet over there?
No.
All right. Well, we're going with our good friends at Apple Vacations. It's our annual trip, and you definitely want to come along. And let me tell you why. Because Secrets Resort and Spa in Watuco is my favorite place in the world. Every room has an ocean view. While you're sitting in the bathtub or taking a shower, you can see the ocean. It's in Cañejos Bay, and there's 7 bays in Watuco, and you can snorkel there. You can go in one of the other bays. You can learn how to go surfing. It's just a beautiful place. It's really a slice of heaven, and you can come too, and we want you to. Get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com/passport. I love this place so much, Bruce, that the last time I went to Watuco, I snuck onto their property just to get a cheeseburger. I'm not kidding. But there's something magical about their cheeseburgers. And I'm not a foodie.
It's a cheeseburger in paradise.
It actually, thank you. And also, too, room service, 24-hour room service. Get the club sandwich. There's something special in that thing, too. I mean, honest to God, I've never loved a place more than I love Secrets Resort and Spa in Watuco. And the price that Apple Vacation has secured for us is incredible and exclusive to us, but it's only available for a limited time, so do not miss out. Enjoy a week in beautiful Watuco, Mexico with Dan and Amy. And again, our good friends at Apple Vacation set this up. Go to 560theanswer.com/passport. It's a great gift to give to your wife or husband. Get him an experience. Don't give a gift this year. Do something fun together. 560theanswer.com/passport. And we will see you in Watuco, March 28th through April 4th. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, a big day on Wall Street yesterday in phase 1 of the U.S.-China trade deal. We'll start there with our good friend Stephen Moore. But now let's head straight into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Sunrise in Chicago. It is 12 degrees above. Indiana Lakeshore flood advisory remains in effect until 3 p.m. this afternoon. The national spotlight shifts to impeachment at 8 a.m. That's when the House will begin debating 2 articles of impeachment against President Trump. One alleging abuse of power, the other for obstruction of Congress. Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin says the president, in his opinion, corruptly pressured a foreign country to interfere in the 2020 election.
The Judiciary Committee is now in possession of overwhelming evidence that the President of the United States has committed high crimes and misdemeanors.
GOP leader Kevin McCarthy telling reporters it's the weakest, thinnest, and fastest impeachment in American history.
Alexander Hamilton warned us of this day. Unfortunately, this day has come, where individuals purely for political reasons, with no facts, move forward with impeachment.
After the House votes on impeachment, the White House will head to Michigan for a Merry Christmas rally tonight in the cereal city, Battle Creek. The State Department plans to cut the number of Americans working in Iraq. A memo sent to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee earlier this month calls for a 28% reduction in staff. Health experts this morning say an outbreak of drug-resistant infections is now linked to puppies sold by pet stores. The CDC says 30 have fallen ill in 13 states, 6 alone in Minnesota. The infection causes fever, diarrhea, and stomach cramping. The sale of recreational marijuana in Chicago could be delayed until the summer, July 1st. City Council's Committee on Contract Oversight approved an ordinance that would push back sales. The council could vote on that delay at today's meeting. The investigation continues after a man was taken into custody after an 11-year-old girl was sexually assaulted at a public library on Chicago's far south side. It happened Monday at the Chicago Public Library's Walker branch on South Hoyne Avenue. Governor J.B. Pritzker says Illinois will continue to welcome refugees. Pritzker making that statement in a letter to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. The letter comes after an executive order by the president requiring states and cities to give written consent before refugees can settle in the area. However, this doesn't settle the issue for the state, as individual counties and municipalities can opt out of resettlement. Nerf guns are the most popular toy in the nation. An online review website picked the favorites for each state based off Google searches. Nerf gun was number 1 in 11 states. Bulls visiting the Wizards later on tonight while the Blackhawks host the Avalanche. The news a service of Staples. At Staples, your ink is always in stock and at low prices. Right now, get 25% back in rewards when you spend $75 on ink and $200 on toner. Offer ends 12/24/19. Restrictions apply. See store for details or staples.com/25 in rewards. Staples. 7:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher doesn't see impeachment working.
On the political front, in the middle of this nightmare that the nation is being subjected to, the latest poll puts Trump ahead of any of his would-be Democrat challengers by significant margins, with likely voters in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. It's not working.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Dan Frio with the Mortgage Update. The Fed did it again and helped push mortgage rates to yet another historic low. So are you holding off refinancing your home because you think rates may go even lower? Well, let me make your decision even easier. Let's refinance you now and take advantage of this opportunity. If rates drop more than 0.5% in the next 24 months, I will refinance you at the lower rate at no closing costs. Other lenders state that they'll refinance you, but watch out for the fine print. So if you have a conventional loan that's over 4.75 or FHA or VA loan over 4.5, you have nothing to lose and thousands to save. So find out how much you can save. Just pick up the phone to call me personally. That's 844-775-LOAN. That's 844-775-LOAN. Or find me on the web at windmortgage.com.
Parkside Lending, LLC is an Illinois residential mortgage licensee and an equal housing lender. NMLS 176162. There's a place where you can get custom metal products. If you manage a commercial kitchen, hotel, condo building, or food-grade manufacturing plant, then no matter the type of metal or size of the project, the skillfully trained fabrication team at Vans Industrial has you covered.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. Custom metal fabrication is the backbone of my company. We fabricate stainless steel countertops, wall coverings, hoods, landscape planter boxes, industrial fan housings, and more. Vans Industrial uses all types of alloys like carbon steel, aluminum, brass, and polished stainless steel. And we have a laser cutting machine. Our laser can customize almost any project. Our team can design, fabricate, and install your project today.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND for a free inspection of your facility. That's 833-VANS-IND or on the web at vansindustrial.com.
A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press. Available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
7:36 in the AM 560 traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Northwest Highway is closed in Barrington at Lake Cook due to a crash. Seeing heavy delays on the northbound Veterans Memorial Tollway from 71st Street most of the way to St. Charles after a collision. Southbound 53 is bottled up Beesterfield onto the inbound Eisenhower. The delays continue to Addison Road with a wreck now on the left shoulder. The Ike is an hour from 390 to downtown and 36 minutes from Manhunt. Eden's 26 minutes Lake Cook to the Junction. Kennedy, 42 minutes O'Hare to downtown, a little heavier in the Express. South Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Reagan Tollway traffic, slow Farnsworth to Eola at 83 to York. That's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. In our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, sunshine will mix with clouds. Beautiful start to the day. High 23. Clear and 17 overnight. Very cold right now. 12 above at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next with Bruce Wolf sitting in for Dan this week with Amy on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshell Financial Group.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Well, solemn day in America. No matter your political leanings or how you feel about this whole process, it's never pleasant or exciting to witness the impeachment of the most powerful man in the country. President Trump just tweeting, "Can you believe that I will be impeached today by the radical left? Do nothing Democrats, capitals, and I did nothing wrong, exclamation point. A terrible thing. Read the transcripts. This should never happen to another president again. Say a prayer," and prayer in all caps with an exclamation point.
Well, that's just to make fun of
Nancy Pelosi.
It's an illusion. It's a literary illusion
Oh, it's not what you're
to
saying,
Nancy
Bruce.
Pelosi's prayer.
Well,
but you know what's fascinating about the whole thing is that, see, if I were the president of the United States, and maybe this is why I never will be, is I would be insulted. I would consider it a stain on my presidency.
Well, yeah.
But for Trump, it's actually working for him.
Because it just proves that this is their desperation, their last-ditch effort to try and overturn the 2016 election, right? Is that what?
Well, USA Today has a poll out now that he's beating everybody head-to-head. I think but for the impeachment, he'd be behind people right now.
Well, let's see if Stephen Moore thinks that same way. Stephen Moore, who is a noted economist, Wall Street Journal columnist, and author of Trumponomics. Good morning, Stephen Moore. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Merry Christmas.
Well, Merry Christmas to you, too, and Happy Hanukkah to Bruce Wolf. Don't want to offend him.
Is it going to be nice and warm?
I don't know. We're not going to have a white Christmas. But so what are you going to be wearing for today's big impeachment vote on the House floor?
Well, I was actually with the president yesterday. Our laughter and I got about a half hour with the president, and I got to tell you, he is so upbeat. I mean, he looks fantastic. I've never seen him more just joyful and ebullient. He has not been brought down by this. I think this has kind of energized him. And, this is, look, I'm not a legal expert. I'm not a constitutional expert. I'm an economist. But shame on these people. I mean, the one thing, there's no consensus about this. If you want to get rid of Donald Trump, if you feel strongly about it, beat him. They have an election in 10 months. Beat him. But they don't think they can beat him, so they're putting the country through this wrenching process. It's actually hurting. Bruce, you're right. The polls are showing very clearly this is hurting Democrats more than it's hurting Trump. Now, it's hurting everyone, though. It's hurting the country. And I just, it's an old cliche, but it's like watching a movie that we know the ending to. I think the American people are either disgusted or just bored with the whole process. I'm shocked that Pelosi is going through with this.
I'm in the bored category. The fact that they're going to have 6 more hours today of repeating the same thing they have for the past 2 weeks. I mean, honest God, I want to tear my spleen out with a rusty spoon, but I don't have a rusty spoon to do it with. So did President Trump, when you talked to him yesterday, did you ask him at all about the 6-page letter or the 6-page tweet that he sent to Nancy Pelosi?
No, that was an interesting post because that actually happened. I hadn't seen it at the time we saw him yesterday morning, but he just is. I mean, look, when you've got a booming economy, this is a mistake Republicans made, by the way. 20 years ago when Bill Clinton was president, and he was guilty of misbehavior, no question about it. Some people would make the case it was, illegal activities, high crimes and misdemeanors. I'm not going to make a judgment on that. I'll simply say the American people did not want to impeach a president when the country was going so well. The stock market was booming, the economy was booming, people felt good about the direction of the country. That's exactly what's happening now. Democrats are making precisely the same, mistake that Democrats made. But in the end, this is a really tough vote for about 30 to 35 Democrats in the House that are going to have to walk the plank for the left wing of that party. And they may very well lose their seats in November of next year if they vote to impeach this guy.
2 questions. One is, does the president serve you fast food when you and Art Laffer meet with? What do you eat?
And
what do you eat with the president?
Unlike Ronald Reagan, who used to pass out jelly beans.
Sure.
No, he does not. But he's just really one of the things that's always impressed me about Donald Trump, now knowing him for a little over 4 years, is that he never gets down. Although I have to say, the last time I met with him, which was about 2 months ago in the Oval Office, he was really, you could tell that this whole impeachment thing was just dragging him down. He just didn't seem, quite, as lively and upbeat as he usually is. But yesterday, I mean, God, he was like walking on air. I mean, when you think about this, in the last 10 days, we had the blockbuster jobs report a week ago Monday. Then Tuesday he announces that he's got the trade deal with Nancy Pelosi with Canada and Mexico, which is a big, big deal for the economy. And Wednesday or Thursday of last week, he announces he's got a trade deal with China, which something most people didn't think was possible. And Friday, the stock market hits an all-time high. I mean, these numbers just keep coming in better and better on the economy.
Well, yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. There seems to be a wave of optimism that has swept over Wall Street in the last few months. And what are we going to expect going into the holiday season?
You mean in terms of the stock market?
Yeah. Or? Is it going to keep going up? What's going to
look, the stock market. Look, this is an all-time high for the S&P 500. It's an all-time high for the Nasdaq and the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones, by the way, Amy, is up 10,000 points since the day Donald Trump was elected. That's a pretty amazing thing.
That's huge.
If you're asking me, can this bull market continue? Boy, I hope so. I mean, I think 2020 is shaping up to be a good year, but boy, the market's up a lot. Now is not maybe a bad time to take a few profits and cash in some of your chips.
I'll tell you, it sounds...
I'm not bearish.
Stephen, I don't know if there's a causal nexus, but it sounds to me like impeachment is good for the country. You get the Republicans and Democrats getting together. You mentioned the trade deal. You've got the president is getting his Space Force. There's going to be a tax bill. They're repealing... I love this. The repeal of the Cadillac tax of Obamacare. Remember back when they were trying to...
Well, remind me of the Cadillac tax.
This is on healthcare plans. It was never going to last, but they back-ended this in Obamacare to make the CBO score it like it was actually viable economically. But they were never going to punish the teachers' unions by having a Cadillac tax, and that's why. And that's why. I mean, when you talk about lying to the American people, see if Obama does it in a nice, cool way, and you like the crease of his pants, and you give a thrill up the pants of Chris Matthews, it works. With Trump, he's so transparent. Oh, that's what we can't stand about it.
Yeah. Well, by the way, you're right. So this was a tax that the Democrats imposed on, high-cost health insurance plans. But guess who has those plans?
Right.
It's unions. Yeah. It's unions that have negotiated, really nice benefits for their employees. And then the Democrats wanted to tax those, and that went down. By the way, we had a bit of a victory. We have, a victory this week that I worked on, Amy and Bruce. Do either of you own a Tesla?
No, I don't.
Well, when the price comes down to $25,000, which it will with mass production, so no. But tell us.
I drive a 2008 used Chevy Town Country minivan that has 160,000 miles on it. But new tires and a new alternator and a new everything, a new catalytic converter, a new brake pads. So,
I can remove that converter for you.
No, and sell it.
Yeah, sure. Tell us about the Tesla, Stephen.
I think I know what Santa Claus is going to bring Amy for Christmas. It's going to be a beautiful Range Rover under your Christmas tree.
Yeah, that won't get scratched in Chicago.
Okay, so here's the Tesla story. So this is such an outrage. For the last 4 or 5 years, the United States government and the United States taxpayer has been paying people, I think the number is $7,500 if you buy a Tesla. So in other words, you buy a Tesla and the taxpayer writes you a check for $7,500. Sure. The stupidest policy in history. By the way, many states, it might include Illinois, were also taxing another $2,500. So you could get a $10,000 check from taxpayers if you bought a Tesla. And we finally got rid of this giveaway. By the way, most people buy Teslas. I don't want to insult anybody who's driving to work in a Tesla right now, but most people who buy Teslas are high-income people because of what Bruce said. They're expensive cars. So we actually got rid of a subsidy. That almost never happened. So it's a reason to celebrate.
Yay.
Very good.
All right. Well, Stephen Moore, happy holidays. And what are you going to be doing? Are you taking some time off? Are you going to spend time with your family? What are you doing?
We're coming to balmy Chicago on Monday. We always spend, the Christmas Eve and the 23rd on the Miracle Mile and just have a great time shopping and eating. And it's just a great Christmas tradition. Chicago's a great, great town for
I know,
Christmas,
it's beautiful. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We've just snow, but there's going to be no snow. No white Christmas. Sorry, dear. It'll be 44 degrees on Christmas. On the eve of Christmas Eve, it'll be 44 degrees.
Great.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
So you can go shopping without a code. It'll be great. You can buy more stuff. All right. Thanks so much, Stephen Moore, for joining
Merry
us.
Christmas.
Yeah, and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, guys. Take care.
Always a pleasure having you on the show. Stephen Moore, noted economist, Wall Street Journal columnist, and author of the book that everyone should buy, Trumponomics, Inside the America First Plan to Revive Our Economy. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
What's the easiest way to eat a lot of fruits and vegetables? Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature is the quickest and easiest way to consume several different sources of clean energy from the sun. By simply removing the water and air, Balance of Nature can take 31 whole fruits and vegetables and put them into quick and easy-to-eat capsules. With just 3 fruit capsules and 3 veggie capsules, you get the equivalent of over 10 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. That's a lot of stored energy that your body will love. So if you are looking for an easier way to get clean energy, go to balanceofnature.com and order your bottles of sunshine today.
Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 25% off of your first order. Plus, get a set of convenient travel bottles containing a free additional week's supply of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Guys, do you struggle every Christmas banging your head against the wall, trying to figure out what to get your wife or your girlfriend? Save yourself the headache this year, and here's how: by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, nudie sleepwear.
I want to tell you that you read. Oh, I'm sorry. Available
go
only,
right ahead.
Available only at
I don't
Pajamagram.
mind if you have commercialists interrupt us.
Well, I've had a few text messages saying after that fine read, I'm going to buy my wife nudie pajamas at pajamagram.com.
All right. Sensuous and smooth. Nudie's pajamas feel just like her own bare skin. And the texture and touch of Nudie's pajamas is so seductive, you'll both stay occupied well into the evening.
Hey-o.
She's going to love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you're going to love the way they look. Plus, listen to this. Every Pajamagram includes free gift packaging. That's like icing on the cake because it means you don't have to wrap a thing. They're also backed by a 100% lifetime guarantee, so you risk nothing, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. So get her something special she'll really love and take care of the hardest person to shop for on your holiday list today. Here's what you do. It's simple. Go to pajamagram.com right now. That's pajamagram.com. And tell them Dan and Amy sent you.
Me so horny. Me love you long time.
Whoa.
The following is a true story.
I had a lady that was in her mid-70s, and I'd sold her timeshare, and that was the lowest I'd ever felt in my life. I knew then that I had to do something to simply not to go to hell for selling timeshare.
Chuck McDowell founded Wesley Financial Group to help folks cancel their timeshares permanently.
Called her and everybody that I'd sold timeshare to, and I said, this is what I said to you that was a lie, and this is what you need to do to cancel your timeshare. From that point, people started referring friends to me to help them cancel a timeshare, and that's how it all started. I fought the world's largest timeshare company in federal court. If I had lost that lawsuit, there would be no one helping people that have been lied to when they bought timeshare. If we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or we'll give your money back. That's what makes us different.
Call Wesley Financial Group now for a free information kit. 800-515-1771. That's 800-515-1771. 800-515-1771.
Christmas, a beautiful time of the year to create memories with your family and friends. So why not start a new holiday family tradition with a ride to Gobert's Pumpkin Patch in Pingree Grove? Experience the wonder of their annual Christmas light show. From the cozy comfort of your vehicle, you'll drive through a path featuring over 2 million dazzling LED lights choreographed to your favorite holiday tunes. Tickets are available at the entrance or purchase in advance at GobertsPumpkinPatch.com. Entry fee is $5 per person or a max of $20 per car. Special rates are available for oversized vehicles. Open 6 nights a week, closed on Mondays. Be sure to visit GobertsPumpkinPatch.com for hours and details. Look for the glow of the lights off I-90 and Route 47. Follow Gobert's Pumpkin Patch on Facebook for up-to-date information and events. And if Santa brings you an engagement ring, let Gobert's help arrange a magical wedding experience right on the farm. From the Goberts family to your family, wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
AM 560, The Answer.
You ever read some stories and thought, oh my gosh, if only I was there, I would have done something? Have you thought that, Bruce?
Yeah.
Like, remember the French bulldog who was put in the overhead bin by a flight attendant?
I would have switched places with the French bulldog.
No, that's one of those times where if I was there, I would have let everybody know that there's no oxygen in there and the animal's going to die. Another one of those I wish I was there happened over the weekend. And here in the Chicago area, Bishop McNamara Catholic High School in Kankakee was playing St. Edward Catholic School in Elgin. And the girls, the students from St. Edward's in Elgin were yelling racially insensitive comments throughout the game because the Kankakee team had African-American girls and one girl who was that they were saying was large. And it got ugly.
They're trying not to make a big deal out of it, but this is a big deal.
That's Coach Bishop. That's the coach from Bishop McNamara in Kankakee. Mm-hmm. And he describes it. They were making animal sounds when the African-American girl was at the free throw line.
The students from the other school were yelling monkey noises and things of that sort at her. Whale sounds and monkey sounds and all that, and nothing's done. That's unacceptable. The one is racially insensitive. The other one is just like insensitive towards her body.
I mean, it was. Did you see the video of it? Did you hear the
I'll
noises
take your word
that they were
for
making? It was ugly.
Kids are ugly.
Well, I know they're mean, but that's when the adults have to step in and stop it and shut it down.
Both of our basketball coaches are African American. So let's think about that for a second. And they're hearing monkey noises being portrayed towards one of their kids.
I mean, but if that's happening during a game, you know what you do? You stop the game or you go up to the coach and say, this is unacceptable. I know your fans have a right to free speech, but with free speech comes a great responsibility, and they can't make monkey noises when my African-American player has the ball in her hands. It's ridiculous. Nothing was done. The game continued.
Nothing was done. Those kids were not put out of the gym, and administrators are at every game. So you're telling me you can't get your kids out of the gym and get them under control? That's unacceptable.
They should never play them again. St. Edward's Superintendent and Principal Brian Temcampi released a statement apologizing for their students' behavior, saying in part, we condemn racism and discriminatory behavior against all people in any form, blah, blah, blah. We find the behavior to be very disturbing and counters our school's values and beliefs. The IHSA now, Bruce, is investigating the incident after they received calls from concerned parents.
Amen.
St. Edward says it's looking into the incident to find out who was involved and said those students will face disciplinary action.
Take away their cell phones.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Now that winter's here, how's your fireplace and chimney? Before you light the first fire, have your chimney cleaned and inspected by Chicagoland's most trusted fireplace and chimney company. The experts at Fireplace and Chimney Authority will give your family peace of mind that your fireplace is safe and works properly all season long. And if you call today, get $45 off a cleaning and inspection. You'll be all set. Since 1995, Fireplace and Chimney Authority has been the favorite for everything fireplace and chimney. For a limited time, get 10% off any new purchase of a fireplace, new doors, gas logs, insert, or fireplace tool sets and screens. With record-breaking cold predicted this winter, now is a great time to update your existing fireplace or add a new fireplace to your home. Remember to get your fireplace serviced this winter and receive $45 off your chimney cleaning and inspection. Call Fireplace and Chimney Authority now, 630-279-8500, or visit online, fireplaceandchimneyauthority.com. fireplaceandchimneyauthority.com.
Impact Mortgage Group, DBA Cash Call Mortgage, NMLS ID 128231, Equal Housing Lender. Not licensed in all states, including New York. Offer not available in Washington. Call 855-657-9910 for licensing terms and restrictions. Some limitations apply.
Happy holidays from your friends at Cash Call Mortgage. To help homeowners save money during the holidays, we're waiving all our fees to any borrower who locks a rate with us before the new year. That's right, a true no closing cost mortgage loan. And if a no closing cost loan isn't enough, How about the interest rates under 2.99%? If you have a mortgage interest rate of 2.99% or greater, we may be able to lower your monthly mortgage payment and save you cash. This holiday, enjoy no closing cost loans at Cash Call Mortgage.
For a free quote to see if you qualify for this special holiday savings offer, just visit cashcallmortgage.com or call us today at 800-990-6947. That's 800-990-6947. 800-990-6947.
AM 560. The Answer.
Quickly go to Dan, who joins us from Libertyville. Good morning, Dan. How are you? Dan, are you there? Going once, going twice. Dan is gone. Let's go to Carl on the south side. Good morning, Carl. How are you? Carl, going once, going twice. And Carl is not on the line.
Can I call in?
You want to call?
Oh, there's somebody.
Oh, there's Carl. Hi, Carl. Are you there, Carl? Well, we've had some problems with our phone lines. But we don't want to discuss that because that's inside baseball.
Amy, this is Bruce. This is Bruce.
Hi, Bruce. You're on line one. Go ahead.
Yes. Why are you saying Merry Christmas? It's triggering me.
What would you like me to say, Bruce? From Wilmecca? Or Wilmecca. That's when Wilmette and Winnetka combined.
Sure. It's when Winnetka is talking to Wilmette on Channel 11.
Hey-o!
Winnetka. Yes.
Actually, now I'm suffocating myself by doing that.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, road rage is on the rise. We'll explain. And, of course, right now, Nancy Pelosi is entering the House chambers. They're going to take a vote on impeachment. We know how it's going to end, but will there be some defects from the Democratic Party? We'll explain. But first, let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Bruce, this morning the Sun-Times is reporting that ex-Cook County Assessor Joe Barrios is under federal investigation. Two U.S. representatives from Illinois finally make up their mind on impeachment of President Trump. And a possible drunk driver slams into a CPD vehicle on the northwest side. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. The House is about to gavel in Impeachment Day. I'm Dave Anthony.
It is the thinnest, fastest, weakest impeachment in American history.
Kevin McCarthy and all House Republicans are united against it, but Democrats insist President Trump violated his oath of office in the Ukraine controversy. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. House lawmakers will debate the two articles, and by the end of the day, they're expected to impeach President Trump. Maryland Democrat Jamie Raskin.
We've got one Constitution in our country. We've got to cling really closely to our Constitution through this period.
There were rallies across the country yesterday as Democrats claimed the president abused the power of his office when he asked the leader of Ukraine to investigate his political opponent, former Vice President Joe Biden. Dave.
Now, Rachel, President Trump's been calling this a scam and a hoax. He just tweeted about it and wrote a letter to the House Speaker calling it an attempted coup. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
The president tweeting, "Can you believe that I will be impeached today by the radical left, do-nothing Democrats, and I did nothing wrong. A terrible thing. Read the transcripts." He continued, "This should never happen to another president again. Say a prayer." The president, in a letter sent to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi yesterday, writing, "You are offending Americans of faith by continually saying you pray for the president when you know this statement is not true, unless it is meant in a negative sense." Dave?
Well, John, you can expect the president to have a lot more to say. He has a campaign rally tonight in Battle Creek, Michigan, around the same time the House is expected to vote. His administration is moving forward today with a plan the president maintains will save people money on prescription drugs. A proposed rule would allow states to import cheaper prescription drugs from Canada. A federal bankruptcy judge has approved two Pacific Gas and Electric settlements, $24 billion to help pay the losses suffered by homeowners, businesses, and insurers in the wildfires in Northern California. America's listening to Fox News.
Sunshine. We have 11 degrees. At 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. There is an Indiana lakeshore flood advisory remaining in effect until 3 this afternoon, with northwest winds gusting over 30 miles an hour. The sale of recreational marijuana in Chicago could be delayed to the summer. City Council's Committee on Contract Oversight approved an ordinance pushing back sales to July 1st. Alderman Jason Irvin chairs the city's Black Caucus.
Dispensaries in the city of Chicago as of January 1st that will be selling recreational cannabis with not one African American or Latino or anyone that's involved in this process.
The council could vote on the delay at today's meeting. Former Cook County Assessor Joe Barrios is under federal investigation. Federal grand jury subpoena obtained by the Sun-Times seeks documents related to Barrios' 31st Ward Democrat organization, his Friends of Barrios campaign fund, and the Mexican American Political Action Committee. A group of Chicagoans called on lawmakers to impeach President Trump. A few hundred protesters filled Federal Plaza last night. The rally was in support of impeachment. They were joined by small numbers of activists who held demonstrations in Naperville, Evanston, and a few other suburbs. Meantime, two House Democrats from the Chicago area will vote on impeachment today. Progressive Lauren Underwood of Naperville and centrist Dan Lipinski of Western Springs both came out in support of articles of impeachment against the president. Lipinski has been lukewarm on voting to impeach, saying he would prefer any direct evidence of wrongdoing by Trump be revealed. Bulls take on the Wizards tonight. Blackhawks host the Avalanche. It's 8:03. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. And now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Deirdre Bolton, and this is the Fox Business Report. Fiat, Chrysler, and Peugeot have agreed to merge. The combined company will have a stock market value of $47 billion. It's the biggest deal in the industry since Daimler acquired Chrysler 20 years ago. FedEx reported that profit fell 40% and also cut its earnings target for the fourth time. FedEx said it will ground some aircraft. One problem, a global slump in air shipments. A court has said okay to energy company PG&E's plan for a $13.5 billion settlement with victims of California fires that have destroyed lives and property. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Carol Zimmer, invested in you.
It's 8:04 on AM 560, and a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Hey, how would you like to have your mortgage or rent paid for an entire year? Would that qualify as a Christmas miracle?
It's a Christmas miracle.
Yeah, you betcha. So it could happen if you enter to win our Christmas Mortgage Miracle Contest, presented by AM Woodland Outdoor Design from now through December 20th. But you can only win if you enter. And to do that, go to 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword miracle. That's 560theanswer.com, keyword miracle, to enter for a chance to have your mortgage or rent paid for all of 2020.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, it's Amy Jacobson, and I have an exclusive offer for our listeners just in time for the holidays. If you buy a set of Giza cotton sheets from MyPillow, you'll get a second set free, 2 for 1. Not only that, but you'll get free shipping. If you add anything else to your order, like MyPillows, mattress toppers, towels, anything, those items will ship free too. And you can get deep discounts on all MyPillow products, but you have to use the promo code AMY. I love MyPillow. I can't sleep without it. And I just started sleeping with my brand new Giza cotton sheets, and I'm sleeping so much better. All products have a 60-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. So go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special box, and get 2 sets of Giza cotton sheets for the price of 1, plus free shipping on your entire order. That's MyPillow.com. Click the radio specials box and enter the promo code Amy. Or call 800-489-0201. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy.
It's 8:07, AM 560 traffic center time, and Jim Talamonte.
Inbound Kennedy delay started Foster. It's 58 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 38 from Montrose, 37 on the Express. Outbound to the airport, it's an hour and 3 minutes. Got a wreck at Costner on the left shoulder. Aiden's 23 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose. The Eisenhower. It's an hour and 2 minutes, 390 to downtown after a crash at Addison Road. 43 minutes from Manheim. Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes, 3:55 for the drive. Ryan, 34 minutes from 95th. I-57, 23 minutes, ID to the merge, Bishop 428. Eastbound Reagan Tollway, it's heavy 31 to Eola, and from the Myers toll to the Tri-State. Northbound Veterans Memorial delays are from around 71st to St. Charles after a crash. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1 hour heating and air conditioning weather center. Sunshine will mix with clouds today, a high of 23. Clear and 17 overnight. Currently 11 degrees and sunshine. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Ding, 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 ding. Today is the day, a day we will all remember. December 18th, 2019.
A date that shall live in infamy.
Well, it's a day that whether, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, it's a solemn day in America, no matter your political leanings or how you feel about this whole process, because it's never pleasant or exciting to witness the impeachment of the most powerful person in the country. And I know we've been making light of it. And no, it's not fun. I mean, I lived through, Clinton. You've lived through Nixon.
Andrew Johnson,
Clinton, and now President Trump. But Nixon resigned before he was impeached. So we're very familiar with that routine. But
it ain't no thing.
Yeah, so Nancy Pelosi's now in the House chambers. They're getting ready to vote, and we know how this is going to play out. President Trump, by the way, is meeting with White House counsel as we speak, and later today he's going to be heading out to Michigan for a campaign rally. So,
well, I guess we shouldn't ask people if they should honk if they're against impeachment, because that might be an exhibit
don't do that.
Of road rage. And the
Exactly.
research released today. I said stop. No, stop it. I'm getting out of my car like Michael Douglas, and I'm going to smash your windshield in right now.
That's why I love that.
Research released today from the Zebra.
The Zebra
Found that 82% of drivers in the U.S. admit to having at least one episode of aggressive driving or road rage during the past year. We are pleased to be joined by Nicole. I said, stop it!
I know. Is it appropriate to honk?
Nicole Beck.
gosh.
At least give me an auga. Nicole Beck is a licensed insurance agent and director of communications at the Zebra. Thank you for joining us. I'm trying to keep it together, Nicole. I'm trying to
Nicole.
keep it
I know, take some deep breaths, Bruce.
Yeah, my gosh. So, Nicole, is road rage up during the holiday season because people are on edge because there's so much pressure to get the right gift and to make sure you're on time and look pretty?
I think so, too. And there's just a lot more triggers. If people are on their phone, shopping on Amazon for a gift or something, and you look over and see that, you can become more enraged than usual.
Wait, people are shopping on Amazon while they're driving?
Oh, yeah. We've heard of people watching Netflix while driving, and not when they're on Tesla Autopilot either.
You know what really bugs me, Nicole? When I'm stopped at a stoplight and I look to my right and the person to my right stops singing because they notice that I'm looking at them. And that just drives me insane. Truthfully, has there been a rise in road rage? Is that true?
Yeah, there has been a rise in road rage. And so the Zebra actually conducted a study to see just kind of how many people were participating. And in our study, 82% of drivers admitted to having one episode of road rage or aggressive driving in the last year alone. So those are the people just admitting it, 82%.
But you didn't listen to me.
Well, wait,
I'm
Bruce, do you
sorry.
have
I'm
any-
sorry, Nicole.
No,
I'm
but-
having rage
Bruce,
right
do you have
now.
any road rage issues? I mean, do you?
I have rage issues.
Okay, well,
so it,
when
it
you're on
doesn't
the road,
stop
I mean,
when I
is
get
there-
in the car.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Are you a honker? Do you honk at people?
Are you making fun of my nose? I mean, that's it. Now, let me ask you, Nicole. Is it true that millennials are more likely to engage in road rage or be the victims of road rage?
It's true that millennials are more likely to call the police on aggressive drivers, so they're actually a little bit more tattletales, and they are actually also more likely to conduct the road rage themselves too. So they are the person doing the wrong and the person calling the police on the wrong. So it's kind of an interesting conundrum.
That's
Well,
weird.
people should know. So what do you charge with? I mean, if you have a road rage incident, is there a charge, and then does your auto insurance go up?
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize that if you get a ticket for a DUI or reckless driving or road rage, you may have some legal fines or have to pay an attorney's fee depending on how severe it is, but your insurance rates are actually going to go up too, and that's kind of a number that is consistent across Illinois. So if you get a ticket for a road rage or reckless driving, your car insurance rates are going to rise in Illinois about 52%. So your average annual premium in that case would be about $1,800.
Oh my gosh! And what compare that to what you would get with if you got a DUI? Is it about the same?
Yeah, it's about the same. It's actually a little bit more. It's about $21 more expensive you're going to have to pay per year than if you got a DUI, which is a big deal. You know, people like DUIs are no joke and they're really dangerous. But reckless driving, Illinois really wants to crack down on too. So the punishment is steep.
You know what the problem is, Nicole? We're just so soft now, and millennials are the exhibit A because they've got it easier than
they're like all
anybody
the
else.
victims.
When I was growing up, Nicole, we didn't even have power steering. We were so consumed with just being able to make a left-hand turn and had to build up our biceps. We didn't have time to be angry at everybody else on the road. We were happy that we had a road. It took, you know why they call it half-day road? Because it took us a half day to get there. That's why. But not. All right, I'm sorry, Nicole.
Did you pull a hammy over there, Bruce? Take a deep breath.
Thank you, Nicole. I'm sorry about this. So what can we do about this, Nicole? What could we do?
Well, obviously you should be a safe driver. Like I said, Bruce, take some of those deep breaths and then be safe yourself. If you see somebody being unsafe, avoid them completely. And then obviously if you need to, engage in law enforcement because you don't want to deal with that yourself. Something else that is interesting too, in our survey, 46% of drivers have kept a weapon in their vehicle. So combine a weapon with road rage, that is not a pretty picture.
How many incidents of violence occur as a result of road rage?
I don't have those numbers handy, but I know
I
that
asked you to have the statistics for me.
it could be dangerous if you have a weapon. So if even if you don't have a weapon, if you make somebody feel unsafe by trying to run them off the road or swearing at them, that can be defined as violent, even if there's not a weapon
I think in
involved.
Texas you're allowed to have a warning shot.
No,
I believe,
you're not.
I'm pretty sure.
Nicole,
you are.
what's the worst road rage incident that you've heard of? Not only just here in Illinois, but in general.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, there are deaths caused by road rage. People running people off the road and then getting in accidents and dying. So that's an unfortunate reality that we have to live with. So as trivial as it can be in traffic, if you're just honking or somebody cuts you off, some people take this really to the extreme and it becomes a crime and very scary.
And so if somebody approaches your car, just don't open the door, keep the windows rolled up, and do you just obviously try to get out of there, but you don't want to run him over or her over?
Right. Or call the police, if it's a situation like that. If somebody is following you, for example, in a, kind of scary way or something like that, you can drive to a local law enforcement station or fire station. But the best thing to do is really not engage and de-escalate.
All right, Bruce, are you capable of that?
Thank you for your
Bruce,
humor.
are you capable of it?
Nicole's very good at de-escalating.
Yes, she is.
I'm
You're
much calmer
You're having
now.
a calming effect on Bruce, so thank you very much.
Despite being a millennial,
Yes, despite being a millennial. It's all right. Nicole Beck, licensed
Thank you,
insurance agent and director of communications at The Zebra. Road rage on the rise. Major penalties this holiday season. Thank you so much for joining us, Nicole. We appreciate it.
Thank you both.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Find holiday gift ideas for you and the family at the leading indoor shooting range, Shoot Point Blank. Check out great savings on ammo, accessories, firearms, and more. Not sure what to get? Shoot Point Blank offers gift cards too. See shootpointblank.com for details.
Invisible Fence brand can protect pets from getting on counters, furniture, or in garbage cans. Act now and get a free micro shield when you purchase their exclusive Boundary Plus containment system. Learn more at invisiblefence.com. That's invisiblefence.com.
On December 25th, they convicted an innocent man, Michael B. Jordan. Your life is still meaningful, and I'm going to do everything possible to keep them from taking it. Academy Award winner Jamie Foxx. You don't know what it is down here when you're guilty from the moment you're born. And Academy Award winner Brie Larson.
I don't want my son growing up knowing that his mom stopped doing what was right just because she was scared.
You ain't quitting, is you? No, sir. Just Mercy, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Select theaters December 25th. Everywhere January 10th. Directed by Destin Daniel Cretton.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
The testimonial sounded pretty good, so I tried you out, and I'm actually feeling a lot better. My legs usually hurt all the time, and they do not hurt all the time anymore. That's only after 3 weeks.
You know, I haven't had a cold. I haven't had the flu in 5 years. My energy is boundless. I feel great, and if I'm tired, it's because I earned it. I can't say enough for this product. It's a godsend.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 25% off of your first order. Plus, get a set of convenient travel bottles containing a free additional week's supply of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Haul packages for a living? A gas-powered Mercedes-Benz Sprinter delivers. Transport people? A Sprinter van with 0% financing is a 5-star idea. If food delivery is your thing, then a gas Sprinter caters to you. And if you're a general contractor, the Sprinter with 0% financing nails it. With innovation, safety, and technology, Sprinter is built for you. And it's built for your bottom line with 0% financing. The Mercedes-Benz Sprinter, starting at just $33,790. And for a limited time with IRS Section 179, you could be eligible for up to a $25,000 tax deduction. Gas engine, 0% financing, and a possible tax deduction? Now that's a Sprinter that delivers. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
MSRP excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep fee. Options, model availability, and actual dealer price may vary. See dealer for details about costs and terms. Only valid on 2018 or 2019 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans excluding cab chassis. Qualified commercial customers only. Financing offer valid through January 2nd, 2020. Consult your tax advisor. For more information, limits may apply. Visit mbvans.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, so the Republicans, the GOP, started the proceedings today with a motion to adjourn. They wanted to postpone the process. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So they'll be hearing from both lawmakers. It's about a 6-hour affair today. We're going to hear from Democrats and a Republican. And I think, what are they, held up to 3 minutes each?
Well, if you have 435 members, and it's 6 hours, what is it?
Oh, you
about?
do the math, and the train leaves the station.
Is that like 40
at
seconds?
4 o'clock, and what time does it get to Milwaukee?
And where do we bury the survivors?
Yes, well, yeah. I'll tell you, in order to pump this up, this impeachment, this witch hunt, no one is above the law rallies. They took place all over the country in 20 cities, you can guess. Cities that lean left, like New York.
Lean,
progressively left. New York, San Francisco, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Chi-Town.
And this represents an existential threat to this country. This is probably the biggest threat to our democracy, certainly in my lifetime.
It's crazy that we are going through this right now. Like, I can't imagine if Obama had done this, where we would be.
He
would
did
be in
do
jail
it.
Right now.
He did do it, Ditz. 22 times he said he would not use the pen and phone and issue an executive order because it would abrogate the Constitution of the United States. And then he did it. And where were you then?
Here's a Chicagoan from this group
Sorry.
called Live On or Move On or Be On or Jump On It.
This is the eve of the House vote on impeaching President Trump. We're here, as are other activists, in more than 600 events around the country, every state in the country and Washington, D.C., to send the message that this president needs to be impeached and removed from office because he's broken the law and endangered national security.
And do you have a job? And do you have children? And do you have anything else to do with your damn
Actually,
life?
she's from Invisible, Chicago, which I've never heard of Invisible because normally you want to be seen and you don't want to be invisible. 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Want to know what your thoughts? Is anyone going to be watching today? President Trump said he's not. He's actually meeting with White House counsel right now, and later he's going to be leaving.
He loves this. He gets off on this so much. He's so grandiose. He loves the idea of being impeached because it's all about him. I can't believe this is going. I thought as soon as he get elected, it would settle down. The fever would abate. No, and I can't wait till the second term. He's going to set the record. He's going to be the first president to be impeached in 2 different terms of office. Well, it's all one.
Well, no,
8 years.
8 years.
But whatever. You know what I mean.
And at this rally last night, people were, upset that 2 Illinois congressmen were kind of dragging their feet, whether or not declaring that they'll vote for impeachment. One, Lauren Underwood, who I found out this morning is your congresswoman.
But she's waiting for her mother, whom she lives with, right, to tell her whether she can vote for impeachment
she lives in the basement. She lives in D.C. And then Dan Lipinski, and somebody just tweeted in, Lipinski sent out an email full of lies defending his decision to vote for impeachment. I'll never vote for this buffoon again. Because some people thought, because Lipinski, he's a pro-life Democrat, that maybe he would vote against impeachment. But regardless, President Trump wrote a long tweet. It was just a laundry list full of grievances to Pelosi. Pretty much
it was
saying,
actually a letter. It was not a tweet.
Well, I know, but he put it in a letter form because you can't tweet this out.
There would be some thread.
Right. Yes. It would be on long. But on the eve of impeachment, he had a lot to get off of his chest. And I want to cue the music and do an interpretive reading on this letter. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
I love your Trump impersonation, by the way.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's really good.
Dear Madam Speaker, I write to express my strongest and most powerful protest against the partisan impeachment crusade being pursued by the Democrats in the House of Representatives. This impeachment represents an unprecedented and unconstitutional abuse of power by Democratic lawmakers, unequaled in nearly 2.5 centuries of American legislative history. You're interrupting my interpretive art.
Can I ask the president a question?
Yes, you can.
Well, my question is how is this an unconstitutional abuse of power? It's constitutional to have a vote on impeachment. It's in the Constitution. You can do it. I don't understand what you're talking about. It's not like I'm in favor of impeachment. I'm not, Mr. President, but you don't make any sense. Go ahead, Mr. President.
You have cheapened the importance of the very ugly word impeachment, violating your oaths of office with their spiteful actions. Even worse than offending the founding fathers, you are offending Americans of faith by continually saying, I pray for the president, when you know the statement is not true, unless it's meant in a negative sense. It is a terrible thing you are doing, but you will have to live with it, not I.
That is tough to parse.
Ooh.
Yes.
Any member of Congress who votes in support of impeachment against every shred of truth, fact, evidence, and legal principle is showing how deeply they revile the voters and how truly they detest Americans' constitutional order. And how does it end? Besides the show ending on time, how does it end?
Okay. So, first of all, I love his signature. Have you seen his signature?
It's spectacular.
It's almost like he uses a ruler.
Well, he uses a Sharpie or something.
No, he uses a Sharpie, but he must use a ruler because all the letters are even.
Yeah, they are.
At the bottom there. So that's what I'm bedazzled by that. 100 years from now, he writes, when people look back at this affair, I want them to understand it and learn from it so that it can never happen to another president again. I predict it will happen to him in his second term.
You think
he
so?
He will be impeached again.
On something else?
Yeah.
Another witch hunt? But this is bad for the Democratic Party because guess what's so overshadowed? A debate, another presidential debate that's happening tomorrow night. Is anybody talking about that? No, because this has overshadowed the election because nobody cares.
Nancy
Pelosi responding to the 6-page letter.
The reaction is the president's letter?
No reaction. It's ridiculous.
You have no reaction? Why not?
No, I mean, I haven't really fully read it. We've been working. I've seen the essence of it, though, and it's really sick.
So she called it ridiculous, and she called it sick. But, closing arguments yesterday by both sides, because, again, we had to go through this again.
The president's continuing course of conduct constitutes a clear and present danger to democracy in America.
Except
we
the Americans
cannot
don't
allow
believe
this misconduct to pass.
There will be a day of reckoning. The calendar and the clock will continue. But what you do here and how we have trashed the process in getting here will live on.
Yeah, this is a sad day for America.
If it's such a clear and present danger, why didn't they take the time to call the witnesses that Schumer wants right now, which is more than a tacit admission that they haven't made out the case?
Congressman Collins, at one point in time yesterday, just was so frustrated. You have to hear this.
The problem we're having right now is exactly the last 15 minutes of this. Great oratory on a lot of things that mean nothing to this actual impeachment. I mean, we get down to the bottom line here, and I'm just leave it at that. Let him answer that question. I'll get back to it later, because everything that's been thrown out here is exactly what the problem we've had in the discussion. And this idea of throwing law and fact, we've disproven the facts. We've talked about the law and broken. They didn't put it in the Constitution. So I can yell on both of them. I can talk about both of them. The problem we have here is this is the very problem we have. And I'll just address one thing before I let it back. Or if you want me to switch right now, I will.
No, I mean, that's fine. Mr.
I'll give it to him.
I mean, that's fine. I mean,
He was just like, he was so done with this.
I love
and
Collins.
This after 14 hours the other day, and then a few, 5 hours yesterday, and then today we have 6 more hours. It goes on and on.
You notice that Collins, he's so contemptuous of the whole proceeding, he won't even finish the word Constitution. When he said, I'm just talking about the Constitution.
I know.
The Constitution.
Yeah. All right, well, 'tis the season for impeachment, and 'tis the season to donate to those less fortunate this holiday season. Our annual Food for the Poor campaign is nearing its end, but we need your help to get across the finish line. We're asking for a one-time donation of $300, which seems like a lot, but that's just $25 a month. And with that, you'll feed a Venezuelan family of 4 in Colombia for 1 year. It's a humanitarian crisis down there. These kids do not want toys or gifts for Christmas. They just want food. They just want to live. And Food for the Poor is on the ground, 11 feeding centers serving more than 9,000 people daily. And they need money to open up more feeding centers and to provide shelter. To make a one-time donation, again, we're asking for $300, but whatever you can give would be much appreciated. Call 844-862-HOPE, 844-862-HOPE, or go to 560theanswer.com. Search for the keyword food, or you can become a business benefactor.
And all you have to do in order to get involved in that program is make a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Food for the Poor, and you'll receive 40 60-second commercials Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. on AM 560 The Answer. Call sales manager Anjanette Netkowski directly at 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951. Or visit the 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword food.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Happy Birthmas and a homeless relocation program you need to hear about. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Sunshine and 11 degrees at 8:30. Indiana Lakeshore flood advisory is up until 3 this afternoon, and already impeachment voting not going the Democrats' way. Republicans have delayed impeachment debate in the House. Shortly after the House opened this morning, Republicans moved to adjourn, and all members are required to vote on such motions. It's one of a number of procedural delays that Republicans plan today as the House tries to move to impeach President Trump. Minority Whip Steve Scalise believes the impeachment vote today will be a stain on Nancy Pelosi's legacy as Speaker.
In the very beginning, you could see that this was more about settling a political score, a personal vendetta against President Trump, where the most radical elements of Speaker Pelosi's base called for impeachment before he even took the oath of office.
Republican Conference Chair Liz Cheney saying Democrats have abused rules. The U.S. has failed to reach an agreement with South Korea on the cost of keeping U.S. troops in that country. The existing deal between the two countries expires December 31st. Fiat Chrysler and the company that owns the French car brand Peugeot have agreed to a $50 billion merger deal, creating the 4th biggest car company in the world. Someone in Northeast Ohio is a brand new multi-millionaire Ohio lottery officials say a ticket that won last night's $372 million Mega Millions drawing was sold in the town of Mentor. The sale of recreational marijuana in Chicago could be delayed to the summer. City Council's Committee on Contract Oversight and Equity approved an ordinance that would push back sales to July 1st. The council could vote on that delay at today's meeting. A reputed Chicago mobster who was convicted in the FBI's landmark family secrets case is facing a new federal charge. Michael Marcello has been indicted for stealing $44,000 in Social Security funds between September 2017 and May of this year. Bulls take on the Wizards tonight. Blackhawks host the Avalanche. The news is a service of Staples. Staples print and marketing services makes connecting with clients and loved ones easy. With hundreds of holiday templates you can customize. And right now, get 20% off select custom cards and invitations. Ends 12/28/19, limit 1. Visit staples.com/holiday cards. 8:33, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is all in.
I am one of the few who's never wavered in my support of Donald Trump. It's real simple. When you know that the alternative to Donald Trump is unthinkable in terms of our nation's economy, our military, our sovereignty, our borders, this is an easy call. This hasn't been hard for me.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Rick Blavelone, second-generation owner and CEO of Marketing Innovators and a customer of Signature Bank. Our family-run company was founded on the belief that connecting to people on a human level is the best way to build a great business. And when we were looking for a new bank, we didn't have to look far. We shared an office building with Signature Bank in Rosemont and quickly saw that they were truly locally owned and operated. That's why we partnered with Signature. And that relationship makes every business decision better and every communication clearer. Marketing Innovators looks forward to a long-lasting relationship with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're busy running around shopping for holiday presents. Just make sure you save the best present for yourself. A brand new Ford car, truck, or SUV from Joe Cotton Ford in Carroll Stream. 'Tis the season to celebrate the Ford Built for the Holidays sales event. And stuff your stocking with the best savings of the year. No more waiting. Be prepared for winter and save from $2,000 up to $12,000 on select F-150 trucks in stock. Or get the best SUV pricing of the season with a $5,000 cash rebate on select in-stock Ford Escape models. And remember, Joe Cotton is a different kind of car dealer. Just one of the reasons generations of Ford buyers and their families keep coming back. Get to Joe Cotton Ford today and drive home your new Ford car, truck, or SUV for the holidays. Gary and North Avenue in Carroll Stream or at joecottonford.com. Financing through Ford Credit Financing. Not all buyers will qualify. 0% APR financing for 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Not available on Ford Raptor. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery from Ford dealer stock by 1/2/20. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
8:35. AM 560 Traffic Center time, the latest with Jim Telemonti.
Inbound, Kennedy traffic's heavy. Foster to the Hubbard Tunnel, it's 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 37 from Montrose, 34 the Express. Outbound, 55 minutes to the airport after an incident near Pulaski. On Eisenhower, an hour, 390 to downtown, 40 minutes from Manheim. Outbound, 47 minutes, 390. Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes, 355 Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, it's 36 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State delays are 95th to 75th from the Stevenson to 47th, the Reagan-Tillman to the Grand Avenue curve. Northbound Veterans Memorial still very heavy from Mountain Toll to Roosevelt, and Army Trail to 290. Southbound 53 from Palatine Road to Kirchhoff. It's traffic. I'm Jim Alamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Sunshine will mix with some clouds. High of 23. Clear tonight and a low of 17 degrees. currently. Fair skies and 10 with a wind chill of 8 below. Your next news update is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
When you've got questions, he always has an answer. It's Sean Hannity this afternoon at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Okay, GOP's motion to adjourn today's House vote on impeachment was denied because, of course, everybody's voting on partisan political lines. So now we have Representative Diane DeGette is presiding over the debate. We all know how it's going to end, and we'll let you know if
she looks like Mrs.
changes.
Brady, who really gained weight after the cruise.
So right now they're going to
I'm
be
sounding different
voting
now.
on obstruction.
Oh, that's Sean. Hi, how are you doing, Sean?
I broke in.
Yeah, he
It's
did.
okay.
Somebody, we have an invader.
Cool. We need the expert.
Listen, I was on 90, on my way in, and I saw a smart car that apparently hit the wall. So my first reaction is, you're not too smart now, are you, dummy?
Yeah.
Is they're laying out of the window, that little tiny car.
Oh.
Then I drove by and I saw an AM 560 bumper sticker on, and I just assumed he drove into the wall voluntarily after 2 hours of singing.
Right,
Hey,
exactly.
we sang once with Christian McQuarrie from the Chicago Tribune joined us, and she wanted to sing somewhere. What was the name of the song?
My goal is one fatality a day.
All right.
That's
Bruce,
my goal.
focus. The name of the song you sang was
Somewhere from
West Side Story. Yeah.
Yes.
So that was her Christmas wish, and we granted it here.
Who was the little brunette in West Side Story?
I
Sexy
don't
little
know.
devil back then in the 50s.
But anyway,
Natalie
so
Wood.
That's
we'd
you.
like to welcome
Thank
to
you.
the program our next guest, Katie Glasshoff, and I'm sure I pronounced your name correctly, right, Katie? Now we have to turn on her microphone. There we go. Hold on. Hi, Katie.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Can you guys hear her now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you German? I like that name.
My husband is, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Did he have a von in front of it?
He did not.
Oh, you
Sadly,
gotta
nor
get a
did he
von in
have
front of
a
your name,
lord or
yeah.
dukeship or any other trappings of.
Does he wear riding boots? 'Cause if I was German with a von in my name, I'm wearing riding boots all the time.
Only on Tuesdays.
All right.
All right, so Katie, you're here to talk about Happy Birthmas, and what exactly is that, and who are you helping?
Well, Happy Birthmas is, both a blessing and a curse, I'm sure, if you're one of those people that is stuck with the unenviable birthday date of December 25th. You guys know who
that's
you
the
are.
worst.
Every year, you get that aunt that just gives you the one gift. You never get gifts that are in birthday paper, just
Nope.
Christmas paper. And you really miss out on the excitement of having a birthday and Christmas at the same time.
I got to tell you, I have friends that were born around Thanksgiving. They feel, and I've neglected them. And then I have 3 friends. No, I do. I forget that, it's,
I was
it's
born
her
on
birthday.
Thanksgiving.
Oh, you, of course. Well, I clearly forgot your birthday,
Who didn't
Sean.
see that coming?
Yeah, okay.
I was born on September 11th, but let's not talk about that.
I was born
Way
on
to go,
November 11th,
Wolf.
Armistice Day. So we all have unique birthdays because we're all very unique people with very small egos. But if you're born even in the month of December, I think that you kind of
You
get
get
screwed.
gypped.
Or-
Yeah, totally get gypped.
Oh, you can't say that
But
word
you
anymore.
share a birthday with Christ.
That's gypsies. You can't say
You
that.
can't
You have to
say
say
gyp. Yeah.
Eastern European traveling.
No
Europe.
Christmas for you.
No, I'm not kidding you. Lisa Parker got in trouble for saying back in 1998, and then they came out and they're like, the Chicago police said we're not saying the word gypsies or gypped
1998, you could say that.
No?
You could also say Orientals in 1998.
Oh my gosh!
But
Asians.
ask us
Okay.
what can we do about this,
Where's Katie?
Miss Sands Van?
Katie Glasshoff.
Glasshoff, Von Glasshoff, as Sean said. But
Von
I'll answer to anything. So I'm actually here on behalf of World Vision. It's a global Christian humanitarian organization that works to empower families and children out of poverty. And they have a holiday gift catalog, which where's my camera here?
Okay,
I brought
yeah.
props.
No, that's good.
Good. Yes.
Yes. A little higher.
A little higher. There we go. Oh.
There you go.
There it is.
Right
All
next to my colic / bald spot.
Yeah, the holiday gift catalog here. And in it, you can give a present that has a real purpose. And so for somebody who has this Christmas birthday, this is a really special gift that you can give them. I brought a couple items here. We have a number of gifts in the gift catalog, but some of these are from the Grace Collection. This has actually been designed by celebrity actress Patricia Heaton. You guys might know her most famously
Deborah.
from Everybody Loves Raymond. Yeah.
Deborah.
Yep. And so this beautiful scarf here you can buy to give to your poor friend who's stuck with that Christmas birthday. We have a beautiful gold necklace here, and then we also have this bracelet. And all of these items are made by fair trade artisans in India who are fairly compensated for their work. So when you give someone this gift, you are also helping those folks achieve their small business goals.
Wow.
Wonderful, very nice.
So how
I
much
have grandchildren, identical twin boys, who were born on Christmas.
Oh,
so
well, one thing that you could give them that they
Yeah, what
might
can you
really
give the
enjoy, because
boys?
I don't know that this
Well, I don't know if
jewelry
you
is
want to give them the
probably in
jewelry
there.
right now.
Right.
We'll
But-
find out, in a few years.
But one of the other cool things that World Vision is known for is you can see here our young gentleman on the cover is holding a goat. You can buy a goat for a family in need in an
My daughter's
impoverished
going to love
country.
that. Oh, I thought we were going to get the goat.
Yeah,
Just what
sadly,
impoverished countries
you don't
need are more
get the
goats.
goat.
Okay.
No,
You
goats and goat
give
milk.
to someone,
Sure.
you give it in honor of someone, and then a family in need gets a goat. A goat, for example, is $85. And that is a gift that actually changes that family's life. So, for example, a goat can produce up to 16 cups of milk per day. That's certainly more than a family would need, even to, that was perfectly timed. Thank you so much. But a family can make cheese, they can have milk, they can make yogurt. That will sustain their nutrition as well. It will allow them to sell what's extra and to add to their income. And then when a goat obviously has a baby, the tradition in a lot of these countries is you give that baby to a neighbor. So then you're helping the entire community rise up out of poverty. And let's not forget, goats do something else very important. They poop.
Oh.
Right? So that's fertilizer for gardens.
So you're delivering capitalism to these poor countries. Right, now I'm on board.
Sean turns everything into an economic argument.
Everything
Here's the
into
thing.
economics.
So instead of getting, like my son has, his kids got him a Mariano Rivera, because he lives in New York, T-shirt that has a goat on it because greatest of all time.
Correct.
So instead of getting one of those things, actually help a poor person with a real live goat.
Give a goat.
Yeah.
Be the goat of your family.
Oh, look at you.
See what I did there?
We work well together,
Instead of the bunion. that
Sands
you have.
Von, whatever
Well,
your
with
name is.
World
Yes,
Vision,
thank
how
you.
many people have you helped so far, and how long has this organization been around?
Sure. So it has, well, first of all, it's helped people in 100 countries, but particularly here in Chicago, it is a local organization. There's a storehouse in Austin that's been open for almost 30 years. And at the storehouse, it provides essential relief supplies to people in low-income neighborhoods. Additionally, they have something really cool there called a teacher resource center. And teachers from Chicagoland schools can come and get school supplies for free. They basically go in, they shop at the storehouse.
Do they hand out volleyballs?
Then why do we have to increase their contract every 3 years? I mean,
Again,
do I see a
let's
flaw?
turn it into a
All right.
political argument. So you're talking about the Austin neighborhood?
Correct.
In Chicago?
Yeah, on
Okay.
West Harrison Street is
Oh,
the
yeah.
Chicago Storehouse.
Yeah.
And actually, they had a really great event there this past weekend where they allowed their partner organizations, which are nonprofits, churches, things like that, to bring in 2 to 3 kids each. The kids were allowed to shop for toys.
Okay.
They were allowed to pick out toys that had been donated by Costco.
Oh, you know what? I saw that on the news.
Yeah,
I think
and
that- yeah.
and it was really special because particularly for the West Side, that storehouse is a real resource for them, and it may be that might have been the only Christmas gifts that they're going to receive.
A
this
modest
year.
suggestion that you keep the goats at the Chicago stockyards.
They won't last
Don't
long.
they end up to be dinner?
Lamb chops.
Yeah.
Well, after we
They don't have
use
the
them for their
stockyards anymore.
poop and for their butter and cheese or whatever.
Well, the idea is
Yeah,
that it's a
okay.
sustainable gift, right? It's a gift that keeps on
Exactly.
giving year
But
after
eventually.
year.
How
So are
long?
there any
What's the
gifts-
shelf life of a goat?
I have to be honest. I
You
have
don't
no
know.
idea.
Well, it's kind of similar probably to an alpaca, and he used to own an alpaca farm.
And we had to eat them.
His wife
Right, and so
owned the
you can
alpaca
also
farm.
buy an alpaca in the World Vision gift catalog. It's $360. If that's too much, you can buy a share of an alpaca for $50.
what a leg
And
in a
as you
mouth.
know,
like, I want the fur.
right. Well, as you know, an alpaca produces up to 10 pounds of wool per year for 20 years.
That's what I hear.
So
didn't you sell the wool?
Like I said, we had to eat the alpacas.
You did not
Times
eat
got
that.
a
Don't
little
tell
tough.
me you ate patches.
Patch was the
Patch.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, Bruce was paying $9,000 for an alpaca. He was a little early in the market. He didn't know about the $350. Poor guy almost had a heart attack when you told him that.
So there's a number of gifts here that could sort of fit any different need or interest in the World Vision gift catalog. And in particular, they make a great last-minute gift for those of you who still have not done your shopping.
No.
You can donate one of these items to someone. All you have to do is just print off a card, wrap the card, put it under the tree, stick it in their stocking.
And say
you're
I
done.
made a donation on behalf
then
of
and then
Sean from Elmwood
Look
Park.
how thoughtful you look as the gift giver, right?
Oh, yeah.
Very
I like
nice.
that.
That's what I'm shooting for.
Yeah.
Thoughtful.
Are you guys done with your Christmas shopping? You want to help out here?
I usually begin like December 24th,
Right.
about 5 p.m.
At 5 p.m.? That's when you. What
He's had
about
the
you?
same shirt on for 2 weeks. You're going to let him Christmas shop? What are you, nuts?
Exactly.
You kidding me?
All right. So, is there a website or anything we can go to if we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Worldvision.org. You can go there. You can donate to one of these funds. You can also, again, buy one of these gifts, one of these
That
fair
scarf
trade.
is
I want the
nice, I have to
Patricia
tell you.
Heaton
And
scarf.
actually,
See
we
that
have a
scarf?
gift. Yes, and we have a gift for you. This bracelet is for you.
Can I have the Patricia Heaton scarf?
I'm going to wear it with
You're really
you.
not going to give the girl
I
no,
don't.
you
I
need
think it would
gift.
clash
How
with
much
your
is the bracelet?
ensemble,
Very
but
nice.
here you go.
Oh, you don't have to.
There.
Do
No, please take it.
It's a
can take
halter
it.
top for you.
She actually designed this?
She designed it.
All right, how much
And then
is
someone
this
else
stuff?
made it.
We don't take
okay,
free
so
tips.
the bracelet is $85.
Oh.
$85.
What? Keep
Give
in
the
mind,
bracelet back,
you're not
Toots.
Keep in
buying the
mind.
bracelet. You're donating to people who need it. So it's
now I feel bad.
for any charity where you would normally just make a donation.
Yes.
This is you're making a donation and you're getting something beautiful in return.
Okay. All right.
So-
Well, thank you so much,
All
Katie
right, I'm giving her money
Glassoff.
then.
Worldvision.org
Open
is
your
the place
wallets.
you can go. Yes, to open your wallets,
Sean,
open
give
your
her
hearts,
50
and
from me, too.
give
You know
somebody
I'm good for
a
it.
birthday.
Here's 50 for the yarmulke guy.
La 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 ka-ching.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649 or go to freeirsbook.com.
Guys, do you struggle every Christmas banging your head against the wall trying to figure out what to get your wife or girlfriend? Save yourself a headache this year and give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, nudie sleepwear available only at pajamagram.com. Sensuous and smooth, Nudie's pajamas feels just like her own bare skin. The texture and touch of Nudie's pajamas is so seductive, you'll both stay occupied well into the evening. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, you don't have to wrap, because every Pajamagram includes free gift packaging, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. Thousands of men just like you have made their loved ones happy with Nudie's pajamas. You can too, but you need to get these amazing PJs today because last year they sold out. So go to pajamagram.com right now. That's pajamagram.com.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
The testimonial sounded pretty good, so I tried you out, and I'm actually feeling a lot better. My legs usually hurt all the time, and they do not hurt all the time anymore. That's only after 3 weeks.
You know, I haven't had a cold. I haven't had the flu in 5 years. My energy is boundless. I feel great, and if I'm tired, it's because I earned it. I can't say enough for this product. It's a godsend.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 25% off of your first order. Plus, get a set of convenient travel bottles containing a free additional week supply of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
For more than 50 years, Mueller CPA, a certified public accounting and business advisory firm, has been serving clients in Chicagoland. Dave Nissen, Mueller's managing partner, is here to explain Mueller CPA's history, journey, and opportunity.
Thanks, Dan. Our firm was started by Al Mueller as a one-person CPA firm in 1968. Through growth and partnerships, Mueller CPA has blossomed from a regional firm to an organization that provides services worldwide. Mueller is a reflection of our years of listening and caring for our clients, and we would not be here today if it wasn't for our professionals and support personnel. We value the human side of our business and recognize it as being the most important element of our success. We are growing, we are hiring, and we welcome your interest in our firm.
If you are looking for your first opportunity or your forever career, join an award-winning team that cares about you. Visit the career page at MuellerCPA.com or call Dave directly at 630-524-5274.
Hi, this is Craig Bolanos of In the Know Radio Show and founder of Wealth Management Group. Our vision for 2020 is to offer you independent, objective advice, investment strategies aligned with your tax plan. As you look to the new year, I urge you to visit investwithwmg.com to download our free tax planning guide. And thank you for tuning in to In the Know each week, Sunday mornings at 10 a.m. Find us at investwithwmg.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right. Here we go. They're voting on, I think, a motion to table. So this is just going to go on. These House floor votes take forever. It's going to take 6 hours. GOP tried to get it thrown out. Obviously, that didn't work. And now we're just going to have to listen to Democrats and Republicans all day, going back and forth. Why are you both rolling your eyes?
Oh, it's good. It's like when I'm watching football on a Sunday. I go from the salt to the potato chips to the M&M sweetness and back and forth until I bloat out of existence.
Well, Joe
I think
Biden.
it's an example of how unaware Congress people are. The rest of the world views them. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
They're unaware that we look at them as sloths and the problem rather than the cure.
You know what? I was going to say the same thing.
Sure.
Presidential candidate Joe Biden, and by the way, they have a debate tomorrow night in case anybody cares. Can you name the 7 people that made it to the debate?
Biden, Dopey, Sneezy, Blitzen, Donner, and
Rudolph.
Ashcroft. I don't know.
They all took driver's ed in the 50s. I mean, are you really looking at this?
Not Andrew Yang or Pete Buttigieg.
Oh, he's not gonna. Is Buttigieg going to be in the debate?
Yeah, yes. There's 7 of them.
Sure, he's not just there to get the coffee?
Andrew Yang, Mayor Pete, Warren, Biden, Bernie, and Tom Steyer. What's his name?
Right, Steyer.
Yeah,
Tom
it's like
Steyer.
a relaunch of the dating game that no one wants to win.
Amy Klobuchar. Boom, I got it. I win. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's
but
accrual.
Biden's out with a new ad. Just see if this is effective. Listen attentively.
American history is not a fairy tale. Thomas Jefferson wrote what many believe to be the most important document in human history. He was a slaveholder. We've never lived up to our American ideals. Jefferson himself didn't. But what he wrote has pulled us towards justice for more than 2 centuries. It's always a fight, and it's a battle that is never fully finished.
Wait, I don't even understand.
Donald Trump is reelected. He will forever and fundamentally alter the character of this nation. We give Donald Trump 4 more years. This will not be the country envisioned by Washington. This will not be the nation bound together by Lincoln.
Images of
this will not be the nation lifted up by Roosevelt or inspired by Kennedy. It will not be the nation that Barack Obama proved bends toward justice. We can't and I will not let this man be reelected President of the United States of America. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
All right, so that's his thing. His slogan is, I will not let Donald Trump be president.
There's so much wrong. Does he think that prior to Donald Trump, the country looked as the founders envisioned? I'm curious. That's how delusional and detached
At least he's willing to, give some props to the founders. And it's not like he plagiarized Jefferson. Which
but he had to throw in slaveholder.
Sure, got to do that. So you got this because
Yeah.
Biden's always at the center of the Democratic Party. So you've got to appease the leftists by saying, "Oh yeah, he was a slaveholder, he was bad," but then appease the centrists by saying, "Oh yeah, but he had some good things to say," and that's why he's the biggest threat to Trump.
Yeah, but we're going to decide the people as to who our president's going to be, not Joe Biden. I will not let Donald Trump be president. And by the way, he came out with his. He went to the doctor yesterday. And they said he's very healthy.
Oh, yeah, sure he is.
Takes.
I've got 50 on the under that he ends this year in a home looking for the clicker for Channel 7, yelling at his nurse, "Where's my pudding?" Are you nuts? Come on.
It would be Channel 7 because that's for old people. Yeah.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. AM 560. The Answer.
All right. Well, 'tis the season for giving, not just impeachment. And once again, we've teamed up with our good friends over at Food for the Poor, part of their 2019 campaign this year. Our goal is to provide food for a year for 600 Venezuelan families that are living in Colombia. The average Venezuelan, Bruce, has lost 25 pounds because there's not even food on the shelf to buy. And even if there was a loaf of bread, that would be your whole month's salary, believe it or not, to get that loaf of bread. It's that dire there. They have rolling blackouts. They have days without clean water. They just shut off the water. That's what happens in a socialist country. We don't want to end up like that. But politics aside, they need your help. We're asking for a one-time donation of $300. With that, you'll feed a family of 4 for 1 year, a family of Venezuelans that are living in Colombia. We have special shelters set up for them, feeding centers that they feed 9,000 people a day. To donate, 844-862-HOPE, 844-862-4673. There's also that business benefactor program, Bruce.
$2,500 tax-deductible donation to Food for the Poor, and you'll receive 40 60-second commercials Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. on AM 560 The Answer. Call sales manager Anjanette Netkowski directly at 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951, or visit 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword food.
And this always sells out, so do it sooner rather than later. We want to thank our business benefactors that have already signed up. But if you have any questions, any concerns, just call her, because this program will sell out like it does every year. All right, thanks so much for making us part of your morning. I hope to see you all at our Christmas party, everybody, at 11:30 sharp with your Christmas sweaters on. This is just for employees only, because I received some emails saying, I'm a lifelong listener. Why can't I go? It's all right, just for employees. Thanks to Justin Kosick, our technical producer, Sean from Elwood Park, for stepping in for a little bit. And Quinn McCarthy, who is?
Our Nancy Pelosi fluffer.
That's We're back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.